Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas live trading room for Tuesday, December the 7th. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. And a quick couple of yeses will help me know if you can see my screen and can hear me. Yes, thank you. All right. Well, we are in for a monster open, guys. I see the SPY's up 5.6. Take a look at my gap up, gap downs. You can look at all the gap ups. Look at all these gap ups and only 3 little gap downs so far today. And so we're in for a monster open. Virtually every sector is up. EV is hot, China is hot, cruisers are hot, crypto is hot. So let's take a look at individual stocks. SYTA, kind of sketchy news on it, but it did pop the stock. SYTA. All I saw there, now I see a 1.3 million purchase order. Originally, I saw a $550,000 purchase order. I see it now; it's been upped to 1.3 million. It's a very low float, 4.6 million in the float. So I mean that has caused the stock obviously to pop up. It got as high as looks like about 514 in the pre-market. So again, have to wait and see how it trades once the market opens. ACAD had big news after hours yesterday. You can see this big pop after hours. It is phase 3 results. Big pop. I was watching this. I didn't take it, but $19 all the way up to 25. Kind of holding. Kind of. You know, it's sort of starting to drift down, but it is a phase 3 news on their drug. And I see some upgrades. I see one upgrade to $28. So anyway, obviously have to watch this one. Though this one looks almost fade-worthy. JZXN. It's a China stock. Excuse me, a little China stock. Not sure. I don't think there's any specific reason for this one popping. The right symbol here. I don't see any specific news. New Energy forms cooperative relations with it. Okay, I guess with a regional EV distributor. Okay, so it's an EV play, so I guess it's popping along with the rest of the EVs. Vale, or Vale, as I think they'd say in Brazil. Gap up. JP Morgan's put a $19.50 price target on them. That's a VALE. HQY is an earnings play, getting hit here. I think let's see if it's holding this gap down. Yeah, so this is really getting hit here. This could be the one, guys. This could be the all-day fader. I mean, it's already down. I know it's already down 27%. Looking at this monthly chart, 41.29 right there. What's the low there? 48. The low there is 34.40. So I mean, this has got room. Is that right? No, sorry. The low there is 40.56. So there might be a little bit of support around that 40 level, but if it takes out that 40 level, I mean, the next low is on that monthly, $34. So just, again, have to wait and see how it trades once the market opens. But this could be like an all-day fader. Look at the SYTA. It came right back up. It held 4, and it has come right back up, SYTA. Low float. I think a bus, ABUS, I think it's giving it up. I think it was starting to fade quite a bit last time I looked at it. Yeah, it's very choppy. It's a virus play, 441, cut back down to underneath 4. It is a virus play. APPS, gap up. Macquarie has put an $80 price target on them. APPS. I don't see any other. You're participating in an Oppenheimer 5G summit. I don't see any other news other than Macquarie's putting a an $80 price target. BSIG. So they've announced preliminary results, and on top of that, financing at 31.50. So this is quite a bit below the financing price, and that is BSIG. ChargePoint. Of course, these are, again, you know, most of these EV plays are running higher today. So there's ChargePoint. And they also have earnings after hours today. MTTR, this is just after a few days down. This is starting to come back a little bit. Of course, this was just a few days ago, $37, $38 stock, 25 right now, trying to come back a little bit. You know, bouncing with probably virtually most stocks in the market. We'll take a look at the sectors in a second here. C-O-U-P. Earnings play, and it got beaten up. Actually, their initial reaction was got it up to 192. I don't know if we can believe that. And then all the way down to 153, starting to come back. It is an earnings play. Still down 5.5%, 5.7%. JMIA. See if it's holding its gap. They released preliminary results from Black Friday. So there's JMIA. It has some room, guys. I mean, you know, the 13 level. Of course, this has been a super active one in the past. And you guys were talking about TESS before. This looks like a proposed buyout. TESS, T-E-S-S. Lakeview Investment Group proposes to buy TESS. Does it say a price? $7.50 a share. Yeah, I see Lucid is on the move. LCID is on the move. Like many, many, many EV plays right now. Boy, that SYTA, very whippy. Of course, to be expected a little bit because of that float, 4.6 million in the float. Look at the volume that's coming in, though. Wow, we're going to see a big. This will be probably the lead today in terms of the float. What stock trades the float the most? So the float is 4.6. It's already traded almost double in the pre-market. So when you look at this one, yeah, so the next high looking left is around 566 on the daily chart. So obviously this has got room, you know, just a matter of waiting to see how it opens. It's been very whippy though in the pre-market. I don't think I mentioned STRN. This is actually, we don't have it as an earnings play. Our provider doesn't have that as an earnings play, but it appears to be an earnings play. Revenue is up 30.9% year over year. So this is an earnings play for STRN. Low float. This could be the crazy one today, guys. Just look at this. Again, I always struggle to understand whether or not this was an IPO or a symbol name change or what the heck is happening here. STRN, because it's so low price to be an IPO, but at any rate, it looks like if it takes out this area up here, 615, that'll be an all-time high. But I'm skeptical, regardless of what that is. You know, it's a very low float. It's up 12% now, earnings, and this could really get going once this market opens. I don't know if I mentioned BHG. BHG, I see, is gapping up. I do have it in my list. BHG, Bright Health, after 2022 revenue guidance. So they're guiding obviously higher. BHG coming into, yeah, there's room to 5. If you look at the daily chart, they've got a lot of resistance probably around 5, but it's at 437 right now, so that's not bad. Gevo, yeah, Gevo's on the move here. I think somebody just mentioned that one. Gevo and Colmar enters into a financial fuel supply agreement. So there is some news on Gevo. Big float, 194 million the float. So it's taking a bunch to move this, but it is certainly moving on that news. Lots of volume coming in right now for Gevo. So it really was. Thank you, Casa. Boy, that's a cheap IPO. Now, a couple of the flyers from yesterday. CPIX is starting to fade somewhat here. And of course the ISIG, I actually did trade that a little bit after hours yesterday. Didn't do nearly what I was hoping it would do. But I was able to trade just a little bit, didn't make very much on it. Remember I was talking about this one, watch after hours. It closed well. It popped up to 16 something after hours and it came right back down. And now, it's down 25%, but remember, this is also because it got all the way up to 15 from 638 or so. So I'm you just have to keep watching this one to see if it starts to move again. It's not shortable for me in Interactive Brokers, so I could not partake in that. Kuta, hello in our YouTube room. All right, 9:14. Quick check to see what sort of upgrades and downgrades we have this morning from briefing.com. Gevo, guys, Gevo, on the move here. All right, we have a few upgrades, more upgrades and downgrades. Let me get a few of them in. I'm going to just check to see if I have any multiple upgrades or downgrades as I'm doing this. Starbucks upgraded. Gevo, guys, is just ripping here. I know this because I've got text to voice on that scan and keep saying Gevo over and over again. All right, there are some of the upgrades. I don't see anything. I don't see any multiple upgrades. In other words, I don't see the same stock being upgraded by different brokerage firms. I'll get the downgrades in. I do see a downgrade from Goldman on TKC. So I'll have to take a look at TKC. That's a Turkish. Anyway, let me get the downgrades in. Just a few more to go. All right, guys, there are some of the upgrades, some of the downgrades from briefing.com this morning. I do see a downgrade from Goldman on TKC. I think that's at Turkish. Yeah, I wonder why don't understand why they care about something this small. But anyway, so really I don't see anything. Just checking some of the other downgrades. JP Morgan's got some downgrades. Let's take a look at VRM, VRM, see if that's affecting it at all. Yeah, so actually they're downgrading it from neutral, still with a target of 15. So this is not like a big downgrade. All right, so some of these China stocks, guys, TME, 10 cent TME is on the move. A lot of China stocks are popping this morning. Too many to go over. And I know the cruisers were active this morning. I'm just skeptical about, anyone at the cruisers maintaining the gaps. And we've got NCLH, we've got RCL, we have CCL. Just a little skeptical that they will hold these gaps. Let's take a look at the sectors now. I'm sure every one of them will be up. See if there's any weak sector at all. Well, okay, not really, of course. So 100%. So again, if you're new, what this means is these are the major sectors. So for instance, XLE, the energy sector, these are the stocks that make up the energy sector. When we see 100%, what that means is that every single stock is above yesterday's close. That's what that means, that 100%. You can see technology, almost 100%, 98%, financials 92%, and so on. So if we're going to look at a weak sector, there's nothing super weak, of course, but relative to the rest of the sectors, you can say real estate only 72%, healthcare only 83%. Of course, all this can change very rapidly. We'll look at this about an hour later and see what sort of changes there are. But right now, of course, strong open. All right, well, Jiva's also getting closer to that 200-day moving average at 7. It's a big float. That's an impressive move for a float that big, 194 million, 27%. They did have news. Again, whether you think the news is enough to maintain this, it doesn't really matter what we think. Market is telling us right now that they're happy with this news, but that 200-day is right above it. So again, let's take a look at that news. Inc.'s largest supply agreement to date. This is the news for Gevo. Okay. DraftKings even is having a bounce, guys, after being just basically pummeled for weeks, several months. This was 3 months ago. This was a $65 stock. Yesterday it all the way down to $26. Had a little rally. Had a little rally at the end of the day. NIO, of course, China EV. Saw plug earlier also, so you know the EVs are definitely alive today. For how long? Don't know. MQ, what are you doing? MQ, Marketa, MQ. Not very much volume yet. Big float also, 210 million in the float. Marketa expands the partnership with Klarna Bank. Don't really know these guys too much. I guess this was an IPO back here. MQ was an IPO back here. Really, it did nothing other than almost getting chopped in half. But it is a big float. Okay, guys, BSIG just gave up 27. So this is getting really hit hard on the financing. 3150, I think. Yeah, 3150 financing. Plus they released preliminary results. I'm sorry, I read that wrong. It's not preliminary. It's preliminary results of its tender offer. Okay. Sorry, I read that wrong. So I thought it was preliminary financial results also. So this is just the preliminary results of the tender offer at 3150. So all right, you want to see a wild topping tail? You know, we can't believe it, of course, but look at this topping tail that our charts have. I don't think they're on any other charts. I don't know why this happens in our charts. Look at the 15-minute chart for DOCU, 280. Now, believe it or not, even though I bet you no other charting program has this. I don't know why ours has something like this, but believe it or not, this can be a bit of a magnet. I don't mean it's going to get up to $250, but I did see that. He's just way outside of my price range. That's Mongo, right? MDB. Just kind of way outside the price range I look at. But yeah, big, I mean, a massive move. Massive move. 21. Look at the float. $500 stock, 61 million in the float. Very, very low. That's why you can get these crazy, crazy percentage moves. Well, you go back in time and you can see that our AI, this is back in 2018, had a bunch of buy in the AI, triggered some buys. Well, looks like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 of them, right around, well, starting at around $28. This Matterport is definitely moving, guys. This was a darling a little while ago. Just got beaten up with kind of the rest of the market. But it is really trying to come back here. So when you look left on the daily chart, obviously it's above yesterday's high. The next high is 29.72. It's got a lot of room. It's got a lot of room. MTTR. Like when I say that, I'm not saying it's going to get there, but you don't have to worry about chart resistance. And the VWAP's way under. We don't have a 200-day because it hasn't been around, I guess, for 200 days. lots of bounces today, guys. Lots of bounces. Stocks that were beaten up. This owl actually interesting because it actually been beaten up a little bit. Owl. We notice this one down here. Now it's starting to come back. It actually was on the gap down list when it was here. But look at this. Look at this run here now. Announces pricing of secondary. $14.50 a share. So it's above the, wow, so this is interesting. So they've announced the secondary, raising money at $14.50 a share. The initial reaction was to drive it down, but look at this. Interesting, it's shortable for me. I have to see if this little gap holds. I know, yeah, I mean, INTC, I read some news about it. They're spinning off that as a Mobileye or something like that, and it was up 9%. INTC, yeah, it was up 9%, I guess, at one point. It's just, I have a difficult time trading something with $4 billion in the float, but it's got news. There's no doubt about it. It's got news. So if I can, I think Mobileye is a Israeli company. I think they bought it. I don't know when. It was one of the largest deals they ever made, and now they're looking to spin it out. Well, guys, JMIA on the move here. JMIA on the move. They released preliminary results from Black Friday. Still has some room, I guess. 1385 or so is the next up in this area here. Again, I'm not saying it's going to get there. Yeah, but for me, it's more than that. I mean, with that float, but. You know, rarely do you see anything move that much with that float. But I mean, there's no question that Intel. Is it really? Already 1 minute or less. Okay, I better get rid of my other. Thank you, William. Again, we have NIO, XPEV, and probably LI, 3 China EVs on the move. So, yes, the market's going to open in about 30 seconds. Let's have a great trading day, everybody. Again, we're in for a monster open. Will it hold or will it fade? Just looking at some of my thumbnail charts. So SYTA is right back up, but it's been very erratic. You're going to take this. You're going to take this one, and you got to, the float is very low, so that's why you're getting these very erratic moves, volatility. And again, I typically don't trade in the first 15 minutes anyway. I just try to let things settle down a little bit. Now there's the ACAD, guys. It is really fading badly. ACAD is starting to fade badly. Remember, this hit a high at 25 after hours yesterday on their phase 3 news. Obviously it was positive, but the market now is selling off. So we're in for, yeah, look at tech. Wow. Or NAS. Up 288, Dow's up 329, SPY's up, so a big monster open. But look at ACAD just fading badly on that news. On the positive news, I mean, again, they released that news after hours, but it's really starting to fade. All right, SYTA challenging that 5 level. Remember, we got 516 in the pre-market. SYTA challenging 5. 5 is accepting the challenge. Here's another one that is on the move here. Didn't see this in the pre-market. ANIX. Another one with this crazy, crazy topping tail like DOCU. Boy, ACAD is just getting trashed here, guys. I mean, this The way this is moving wouldn't surprise me. It went negative. All right, guys, there's the SYTA. I am not in it. See, I typically don't take, but look at, it may leave me behind. Look at the float, 4.6 million. The 200-day moving average, 678, so that, or 683. So it's still got some room until it hits that. Okay, market's holding the gap, guys. I was just watching to see what that first 15-minute candle will do. So far, the market's holding the big gap. Yeah, I saw that, Dak. I was watching that myself. I was really considering taking it, but, I backed off. And it's still pretty wild. I mean, got up to 550, drops 30 cents just like that. Now, there's the test, guys. So the test on that proposed, what was it at? Let me just read that again. $7.50 a share. Okay, so Lakeview Investment Group proposes to buy test for $7.50 a share. So again, take a look at my gap ups versus my gap downs. I mean, nothing. Here's the HQY. You've got to watch that one. That's the one I thought maybe could be an all-day fader. And it is, I almost took it. Almost took it pre-market. The reason being is that it's down 32%. So it might be tough to get now because of the uptick rule. Yeah, CPIX is, there's the HQY. Boy, it is really taking a header here, guys. What did I say? The next low looking left on the monthly chart is 34.40. Getting closer and closer. I'm not in this one. I really toyed with taking it in the pre-market, but I did not do it. All right, not little guy. DBI, what are you doing? DBI, designer brands, DBI, popping here. Problem is, their 200-day is 1545, plus that whole number of 15. May stall it. Another small one, CERS, on the move, CERS. Look at the volume coming in. Again, I look at the daily chart and just see, to me, there's just too much resistance on the way up, but to point it out anyway. Don't see any news on it. Okay, now we're getting a bounce for Smith & Wesson, SWBI. Now, takes out the high. This, of course, this is an earnings play on the second. Got hammered on earnings. The high is 1867. Takes that out. And look at the gap. So I have an alert set at 1867 for SWBI. Again, that doesn't mean I take the trade if it hits my price alert. I just want to know about it. Want to see what sort of pattern, how much volume is still coming in. Because, look at the gap. Well, SYTA, guys, that is the one. It was just so erratic in the pre-market. It but that is the one. Look at that, 4.6 million in the float. How is the STRN doing? STRN is the other one that can really be a mover. So, it got up to 627, dropped all the way down to 530. There's a $1 drop, $6 stock. And this is an earnings play. Even though we don't have it listed as earnings, it appears to be an earnings play. So I'm going to stick an alert just over 6 and see if it gets back over 6. How wide is spread? It really depends. Well, of course, it depends on the price of the stock. Tess is really trying to approach that 725 proposed buyout by. Wow, there's the S. Well, I think I'm too late now. SYTA is just ripping here. There's that 200 day. This is not shortable for me, so I was thinking the closer it gets to that 200 day, that might stall it. Speaking of ISIG, oops, I keep saying ISIS, yikes. Yeah, I wouldn't lose sight of this one, okay? I mean, what's the volume like? Wouldn't lose sight of it. Maybe, I'm going to stick in a little around 1170 or so and see if it wants to continue. This is the one, of course, had the big price upgrade, I think, to $30. I think that was the one. Wow. Look at Lucid, guys. What a tough trader this one is. So I have to check the other EV plays. Are they dumping also? But 47 down to 45. But it just is. I mean, it still had that news from yesterday that really got it all the way down to 37. It did recover, it did rally, but that news from yesterday, SEC investigation, etc. Meanwhile, look at JMIA, guys. JMIA mentioned this one, of course. Look at the volume coming in. JMIA released preliminary results from their Black Friday sales. And obviously the market is reacting well. The JMIA. Wow, STRN is just getting trounced here. This could go negative. I mean, this looks like it's going to go negative. Surprising. For me, it's surprising. I thought, releasing earnings, low float, almost at an all-time high. But that's why we wait. Riven got hammered also. Well, let's see what, NIO was really kicking it in the pre-market. JMIA is an African retailer, yes. I think when they IPO'd, I think people were kind of trying to call them the Amazon of Africa. They IPO'd back here. The whole world has got a Black Friday sale. Whole world. Okay, so I do see that the my option scanner came up with a CC bank, IBN, But let's take a look. So you look left here, there is a ton of resistance right around 19, okay, 1906 or so. So I suppose if it can take that out, but it is a massive float, 3.4 billion. So it's going to take a bunch to move this. I suppose if it can get over that, it's got a shot. I mean, the next high is up around 20. But it's not that interesting because of that float. Look at JMIA, guys. Look at BHG. BHG is popping here. They had news this morning. This is the one. Revenue guidance. So BHG has room maybe to 5. I mean, you look at the daily chart. Looks like there's a ton of resistance around 5. Nothing on the way down, guys. My 10-day daily breakdown, which is probably second to my option scanner, my favorite one. Nothing yet, which makes sense with the market. Virtually everything is up. Every sector is up. Callaway? What is Callaway doing? Eli, what are you doing? Yeah, not bad. That's a pretty decent gap for it. 136 million in the float. So this is CFO Brian Lynch bought 15,000 shares at $25.79 a share. So I guess that's giving it about three. So he put 387,000 of his own money, into purchasing Eli shares. And we have a halt. I didn't even notice this one. So pair got halted. Okay, guys, pair got halted. This could be interesting. We have no float information on pair. Was this I guess came out yesterday? Okay, so this was a SPAC. Okay, so this started trading as pair yesterday. So this could be an interesting open. I mean, right now, I mean, this can change, of course, but it says 12:01, all right? So this got halted at 9:42 plus 39 seconds. So if it is a 5-minute halt, this will open at 9:47 plus 39 seconds. So a little over 2 minutes from now. This is, this just gives you maybe a glimpse into the future or what may happen. Doesn't necessarily, these numbers don't have to hold, of course. But we're halted at 11:14 with maybe a 12 open. But again, that can change. And that is from Interactive Brokers, nothing to do with trade ideas. So if it is a 12 open, I mean, the high yesterday was 1240. AHI, guys, I know this was super active yesterday. Probably a low float. Actually, it's not super low. 71 million in the float. I think this is Bermuda? Australia. Man, I got to get my flags right. Sorry, Aussies. And it just got halted. AHI just got halted. Well, I will check another source for that float information. Oh, that's right. We checked this yesterday, but FinViz has the same. I don't know what to say. Remember we checked this yesterday. Finviz has the same. Others I know have a different float. I get it. So I don't know what to say. What to say. Wow, this could be a massive open, guys. Look at pair. I mean, what time is it now? 9:47. So if this is going to be, this will open in 10 seconds, guys. Look at this. If this opens in 10 seconds with this 1240 projection, let's see. 3, 2, 1. All right. So this is not going to be a 5-minute halt. I'm sure people who are in this were really hoping this would be a 5-minute halt with that as the open. Well, it doesn't have any volume yet, but I mean, once it opens. U.S. Steel, guys. U.S. Steel is on the move here. X. However, look at this. 2404, so it's coming right into that 200-day moving average for U.S. Steel. Boy, SYTA, I mean, I know you want to short this one, Zach. Well, this is strong. 692, so it's getting close to that 200-day moving average. Really close. Okay, STRN had a bounce, big bounce, STRN. Well, I don't take, I would never buy it. The only way I would buy pair is if it's a halt at 11:14, okay? So let's just say for argument's sake, you know, I mean, it looks like it has a projected 1240 open. If it opened at 1240, it's not like I'm buying it there. What I would want to happen is somehow it gets down to the 1114, maybe gets underneath it, and then pops over that halt price again. Okay, that's probably the only way I would take it. I don't. It's not like I'll take a stock when it gets when it resumes at the resumption price. Let's see the projected open for this one. So this is, you know, this is a little more, you know, you really don't have a clue. 651, 655. So not like the pair where it looks like it's a huge projected open, but again, it's now halted for more than 10 minutes. Or no, sorry, for more than 5 minutes. So 952 plus 39 seconds. Getting so close to that 200-day moving average is just not shortable for me, SYTA. All right, NNOX. This was one of those ones that was an all-time low yesterday, but rebounding like probably most stocks. Look at the market. I mean, the market put even after a nice pre-market move. First candle is green. Second one is green so far. Yeah, I looked at that ACAD right about here. I thought, man, this is really selling off. I did not take it though, unfortunately. The other one, how was that what is it, HQY? HQY, how is it doing? All right, so it did get down to about, wow, 36 from 41, 42. Would have been an awesome pre-market short, but so now I'm going to watch this one, see if it takes out 40 later on. Stick an alert around 39.58 and see if this is maybe just a momentary move up. And pair just opened. Okay, so 12, so it did pop up to 12, up to 13, is pulling back. It's still low volume, you're right, it's still low volume. Yeah, and it's untradeable right now. I mean, you look at the, you look at the spread, 1151, 1199, so it's untradeable. For me anyway, it's untradeable. As Cam asked earlier, I mean, I would never trade that. Was DBI an earnings play? I know I saw it pop up. It is an earnings play, yes. Coming into that 200-day moving average. Oh, that's right. Well, we did see this one, yeah. Getting close to that 200-day moving average. I don't know. I didn't know that was an earnings play, though. Earnings per share beats by 30 cents. Misses on revenue. So mixed. Maybe they're guiding higher. I don't know. I am cannabis. I am Spartacus. I am cannabis is moving higher. IMCC. See if there's any news on it. So they're launching in Germany. Next high looking left is 483 on the daily chart. IMCC. Diego, buenos dias. Getting closer and closer to that 200-day moving average for DBI. This could turn into an interesting short if that 200-day moving average stops it. Yeah, this SYTA, it came back right back down to 6, popped off. Boy, if it takes out that 200-day somehow, you look left, 960 is the next high looking left. If it can get through that 200-day, give me a moment, please. Guys, AHI just out of the halt. Wow. Wow. So there was no clue on that one, because when we looked at the halt, the potential, it's still set around 650. So it got up to 774. Let's get a coffee poured in here, guys. Funny Dak. Okay, guys, so what am I looking at? I've got some thumbnail charts. I'm seeing ISIG is starting to come back a little bit here. ISIG. Of course, there was a big one yesterday. I'd be interested in it. You know, it takes out that 1150 or so, and see if it can really start running again. And we got up to almost 16 yesterday. All right, guys, this STRN. Keep an eye on it, maybe for a 6 break here. No, you just got your wish. Dak on the halt down for AHI. Now Taco is showing up again in the earnings in my option scanner, but again, it's a buyout, so I would disregard it. TACO is showing up in the option scanner. I haven't seen a day for a long time where I'm getting nothing in the 10-day daily breakdown. Even the last week when we had some big up days, still has some 10-day daily breakdowns. So I'll be really interested if we get one, because that will be running counter to the market. That would mean that, you know, that stock, if anything does appear here, it doesn't care the market's ripping higher. Man, I wish that 200-day weren't there for the for SYTA. Boy, keep an eye on that STRN. I mean, this is the one I really thought, because it, you know, it seemed to have legitimate news, earnings, and all that. And it's such a low float, 6.4 million in the float, trading 25 times normal. My main focus is really right now on this STRN to see if it can take out 6 on volume and just start to run. Because this will almost be an all-time high. There's the all-time high. I mean, 608 is the all-time high. So, I mean, this was an IPO. Somebody, Cam, I think, said this was an IPO at 4. I think it was at 4. But again, I'm not anticipating that it's going to break. So I'm not taking it now. I don't anticipate it's going to break. Yeah, so now pair, yeah, I mean, you got to stay away from it. I mean, the spread is awful, 966, 10, 12. It got halted, or sorry, resumed. Pair resumed again. Good for you, William. I didn't have shorts for that one at Interactive Brokers. All right, well, I have to do this. I have to stick an alert just over that two. I'm going to stick an alert at 7, believe it or not. See if it takes out that 200-day moving average later. This TRN, again, is getting closer and closer to that 6th level. MDB, you're probably mentioning because it's fading. MDB, just way out of my price range that I like to trade. But yeah, I mean it's still up 16%, $68. Earnings play MongoDB. Okay, I'm not sure why I had a press alert there for SYTA, but I did. Again, my number one focus right now is the STRN. I just want to see if it takes out 6 in a big way on volume, and it'll be an all-time high, and it might run. Look at ISIG. Look at ISIG now, guys. Look at ISIG right now. See what it's trying to do? Look at it. I mean, it's still down 21%, but remember, this was down at $7 yesterday and had the big run at the end of the day. So it's a little misleading. And it got, yeah, it was halted. You're right, it was halted. And let's see what the potential open could be. I think, yeah, I mean, it could, looks like, well, it's hard to know. 1187, 1229. So, I mean, it's hard to know. All right, so a CAD trying to hold 20. Got down to 20. I think maybe even a little bit lower. ACAD. Yeah, actually got way down to 1977. Trying to hold 20 now. Hard to read this one. Had the big news after hours. Phase 3 results. Market loved it. Even held really after hours. But market opens today, pre-market, and it just sold off. For AHI, I can't remember. Not AHI. I don't think I really have a price alert for AHI. The other flyer from yesterday, guys, ACET, it's making a move. It just went positive now. Remember, this one got up to around 1567 yesterday, so there is some room for this one to move. And it's a relative, yeah, 18 million in the float, so it's a relatively low float. I'm really waiting to see if we get one on a 10-day daily breakdown on a day where the market is doing what it's doing. That will really get my interest. Because that'll mean, this stock doesn't care that the market's ripping higher. Oh, this Iova looks interesting, except, again, look at all this potential resistance right around 19 for Iova. Look on that daily chart. Look at all the action right around 19. Bolt from yesterday. This was a great short call by Real. Trying to recover. I think, William, you said yesterday you didn't think the results were that bad. So it's trying to come back. This might be interesting if it can take out 5. Stick an alert, say around 505 for Bolt. So it got crushed on whatever results they released yesterday. But William, again, did you not think that maybe this was overdone? I think I could have sworn I read something later on in the day where you said that you thought it was overdone. All right, there's the ISIG. Wow, look at the pop, guys. Well, I said to watch it, but it's run. It's just running now. You got, what did it get up to? 1280. Came right back down. Now, the best thing that could happen is maybe just kind of base just a little bit and then move again off 12. Ooh, STRN getting really close. I'm not anticipating the move over 6 though. I'm not going to take it. You know what's happening? Now I know what's happening. I wonder if my price alerts are working. See, look at this STRN. I mean, it's just really teasing us right at 6. Yeah, so you have so the one I've got has much, and plus SDAO is an ETF, right? SDAO is an ETF. Yeah, ultra short. So, yeah, so it would not show up in mine because I'm surprised it's showing up in yours. Because I thought, I know why. Because you had the original one. I think the relative volume had to only be 1. I've put some pretty tough restrictions because I was getting too many. So I mean, my current volume is 8. So on my homepage, I have updated it. So you don't have to though. No, you don't have to. You don't have to. It's just that on a day like today, I may not get any, which is fine. But on my homepage, it is all now updated to what I've got. Well, at this point, guys, I'm just kind of sitting in my hands. I mean, the market is still ripping. Yeah, this Imperial Oil thing, it keeps showing up on the halts alerts. I wish it wouldn't, but this happened yesterday too, IMPP. Well, that ACAD, a CAD, is in danger of losing that 20 again. Well, this is perfect example of why I don't anticipate. Look at STRN. I mean, I know I've been talking about it, but you know, I'm stubborn. I'm not going to take it unless it gets over 6. And just because it gets over 6 doesn't mean I'm going to take it, but I want to know about it, see if there's volume. This reminds me a little bit like the ACET yesterday. If you remember the ACET yesterday, I wonder if my 15-minute chart will be able to show that. Yeah, all of a sudden, you know, it was doing nothing, and then all of a sudden it just jumped about $3 or so right here as it was kind of basing a little bit, and then it came right back down, but gave us a great trade for a while. AVAV. Whoa. So obviously, revenue up, but something is causing this down. Maybe the earnings are down or they're guiding poorly. AVAV. All right, I guess now I'm waiting to see if ACAD takes out 19 or 20 again. Though, I mean, it's only 76 cents above. I mean, it probably have a lot of room. Well, I haven't had a day like this for a while. No trades yet for me. ELEV, what are you doing? Okay, let's see, 13.9 million in the float. I didn't see this one at all in the pre-market. It really didn't do anything in the pre-market. Starting to move now, ELEV. The high looking left on the daily is 656, so there's a little bit of room on a percentage basis from where it is now. Not very much volume though. Another, you know, I mean, it's 40 times normal, but boy, that volume's pretty light. It's a low float, 13.9. Tough to commit, you know, in the volume. I know the relative volume is great, but the overall volume is just not that great. All right. Well, I'll certainly, again, out of the price range, but okay, I see, looks like there's pretty decent support on the monthly chart. Yeah, right around 60. We're looking at that monthly chart, 60.08 and 60.01. So, but still, from 66 down to 60 would be awesome. Oh, I just got halted. It's going to halt. AVAV is going to halt, I think. Yeah, it's a tough spread right now. 63.10, 64.62. Yeah, it just got halted. I knew it was going to get halted. 63.46. Good one, Zach. Those of you with IB, you get that little blue dot that's showing up. Now that usually indicates it's going to get halted. I don't know if that's official from IB, but that's what I was noticing right around that 64 mark. Not at IB. You can short it at IB. Plenty of shorts available, 825,000. Now it's down 20%, so you've got to deal with the uptick rule. Yeah, somebody mentioned even OCGN is popping today. Well, I was trying to get it, but I just didn't get it, the AVIV, because it was in that halt situation, getting closer, and the spread just went crazy. It's right, if you look at your bid ask, if you look in your order, so you have IB, right, obviously. So if you look in your order entry, and right where the bid ask is, you'll see the bid ask, the prices, just to the left of it. I see it all the time, it's sort of a pale blue dot. And that usually is indicating that it's going to get halted. Keep an eye on SYTA, guys. Now, this one on a bounce. You got that French keyboard going, Gary. I can see by that accent aigu over the E. Fun has, PHUN, has gone in the past with DWAC, DWAC. The other one is BENE, same guy who owns the DWAC SPAC. That is same one, BENE. But I think you're probably thinking of PHUN. Laser, LAZR. So many look like this now, They're beaten up over the last few days, trying to come back somewhat. Especially this is a EV play, right? Yeah, EV play. So I'd be keeping an eye on that SYTA, guys, right now. See if it holds the 620 and then moves from there. You know, I'm not a big bounce player, but this really has the potential. You get some volume in and just pop it through. There, it's starting to go, guys. SYTA. Well, my original thoughts were an all-day short HQY, but I guess it has popped. Yeah, so my original premise was kind of an all-day short. Didn't really have any support. But right now, you know, I'd be probably watching to see how much further this can go and see if it starts dropping. It's an earnings play, and it's still down 23%. SYTA, guys, SYTA, SYTA. Okay, AVAV did resume. Actually it popped up. Woo. SYTA, guys, you know, I can't tell you to take the trade, but it certainly has got that look. Well, there you go. There's your 50. Good one, Zach. I'm wondering how you handled that little pop up to 66, but obviously didn't phase you. Stantec. Yeah, I do see DWAC. I do see it approaching 50. I have a thumbnailed. Lots of volume coming in. Omicron fears are easing. The Santa rally could. Well, I guess you could say that fear outweighs greed. Oh my goodness. Okay, so think of it that way. Go! Okay, guys, sorry. Shameless cheerleading for the SYTA. I can't tell you to take the trades. All I can do is point out what I would look very interesting. That is not a TI alert. Oh, are you talking about Pete? You're not talking about in the AI? Oh man, guys. Okay, SYTA, SYTA. Now we're getting so close to that 200-day moving average. You know I'm not a big pullback player, but it just looks so interesting. Holding 6. Look at that, right at that 200-day moving average. It pops through that, look out. Oh, I see, the strength alerts, okay. Well, I'm sure a lot of them are doing pretty well today with the market. Okay, guys, it is a little past 10:20 when I normally do my little spiel. Try to keep it short today. First of all, if you're new to the room, welcome to the room. This is the format, Monday to Friday between 8 a.m. This is a new time now, 8 a.m. to 3 p.m. Eastern Time. Okay, I'm opening the room at 8 a.m. Don't get on the mic until 9, but you guys can come into the room at 8 a.m. and even earlier sometimes. But certainly by 8 o'clock, all right? So welcome to the room if you're new. And as always, I'll start off with my home page. Do warrants expire? I have no idea. Options, obviously, but I have no idea about warrants. I wonder if Keg is in here. Well, I shouldn't say that. I mean, usually a warrant has an expiration, but it can be years. It's not, but somebody else better answer that. I mean, sometimes you get a warrant that says, okay, you've got the right to buy this over a 3-year period at this price. But somebody else can answer that. All right, so I just popped in my home page link, and there it is. Also in the main trading room, always available from my homepage tab. Okay, so if you click on my homepage tab at any time, that's the same link. Click on the link. And this is what you'll see. So here's a way in which you can take out a subscription to Trade Ideas right now. Barry for Alpha for 15% off the first month only or the entire year. We have 4 plans. We have an annual and a monthly for premium and standard. Premium is $22.68 a year. Standard is $10.68 a year. You can apply that 15% discount for the whole year, of course. The big difference between premium and standard is the AI. Not too active again today. Wasn't active very yesterday either, but I'll go over it once I finish this part of the spiel. You don't have to take out an annual subscription. You can go monthly, which is absolutely fine. Standard is $118, premium is $228. In fact, I should always reiterate, don't take out an annual subscription unless you know you want the program, okay? You can always start off with a standard, $118, premium is $228. You can apply that 15% discount to the first month only. So if you maintain a monthly subscription, this is what you'll pay going forward. But at any time, if you decide you want to upgrade to an annual, we will honor the 15%. Okay, so my advice is to start off with a monthly, and if you really like it, you can always upgrade to an annual, or you can stay on a monthly. So on my homepage, 3 free sections. The trade of the week is sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning. I do a stock of the day video at noon Eastern, and education, the big education section. So we have a very comprehensive user guide now. You can look at the different sections here, or you can go to the full table of contents, and everything is searchable. So we have a very comprehensive user guide now. But if I were starting out with Trade Ideas, I would take a look at the 20 introductory lessons. first before. You don't have to go to the guide first, because it goes over all the basic features, building a top list, alert windows, down to the AI, which we nickname Holly, down to Brokerage Plus. Okay, so I would take a look at the 20 lessons first. Now, daily support. Today is Tuesday, so Michael Noss will be in the... okay, Chloe, okay. Michael Noss will be in our YouTube room between 12 and 1 when I take my break. Michael is way more versed in using Brokerage Plus, creating strategy, back testing them, etc. Okay, so if that's your interest, save your questions and head over to our YouTube room at noon. I will put the link in before I do take my break. Michael's there every Tuesday. Daily webinars. So today is Tuesday. So there's not a webinar today. We're on the Monday, Wednesday this week. Next week it's Tuesday, Thursday, but you can sign up for them all here. And then a great little series. Again, Michael Noss put this together. If you're new to trading or looking for a refresher, these are great quick videos starting off with what is a stock. So if you're new to trading, or again, if you're just looking for a refresher, a great little video series, all free. And then last, my scan. So if, obviously I have to be a subscriber to Trade Ideas, and I've changed something happened here, guys. Looks like my layout has disappeared. That's okay. Is that right? My layout has just disappeared. Okay, I'll get him to add it in. But anyway, here are my scans that I'm sharing. And I've made the changes to the 10-day daily breakout and breakdowns. And I've also added the don't repeat versions, okay? And down here, I've got my lifetime lows. So these are the additions that I've made over the weekend. These are the 4 scans that I use: gap up, gap down, pre-market actives, pre-market actives up, pre-market actives down. These are the 4 scans that I use in the pre-market. Okay, so here are the scans that I'm sharing. So, a lot of information in these 2 sections. Save my link, then you can look at these whenever you want. Well, I mean, obviously I'm somewhat biased, Gary. I mean, I've had Trade Ideas since 2010. I mean, I just started as a subscriber like anybody else. So, but obviously now I work for Trade Ideas. So, I mean, I find it invaluable. How's that? But I can't answer for other traders. I could not trade without it. But again, I'm biased. Obviously, I do work for Trade Ideas, but I mean, I've had the program since 2010. And I just started as a subscriber. Give me a moment here. Some Bluetooth issues. No, there's no demo anymore. Okay. But I mean, I don't know if you find 118 less 15%. If you find that too expensive. I can't help you there. In February, we'll have another, what we call our test drive. And then for 2 weeks, I think it's actually going to start on Valentine's Day, February 14th. It'll run for 2 weeks. I'll give you a link. And it's for everybody, of course. And you can sign up for the test drive, so you'll get notified when it starts, okay? I'm pretty sure it's going to start on February 14th. I know that's, it's 2 months off, and for $11 and I think it's 88 cents, you'll have access to our full premium service for the 2 weeks. But no, we don't have demos. Give me another moment here, guys. For some reason, my Bluetooth is... All right, give me a moment. I just have to put myself on mute. Just give me a moment, guys. I'll be right back. I'm just trying to get my Bluetooth running again. Just give me a moment. All right, I'm back. Yeah, the STRN, I mean, it's, again, it is, you know, I have my alert set. The danger for me is that it could pop right through my alert, whoops, and just rip. Now that's, you know, that's the chance I will not take it unless it gets to my price alert area, number one. But, you know, we get some volume and it pops right through. It may run away from me, but, you know, I'm just not going to take it ahead of time. All right, guys, so what is Trade Ideas? Trade Ideas, we are a scanner. We scan the U.S. stock market. Doesn't matter who your broker is, doesn't matter where you live in the world, you can use Trade Ideas. So if you want to build your own scans, this is how you would always start. I'm going to just take a look at this scan right here. So you always start off with filters. So in this particular scan, this is what I'm looking for. Stocks between $2 and $35. Current volume is 8, which means it's trading at least 8 times normal, etc. You know, the values are not important. I'm just trying to go over the concept. You always start off with some filters, and then you have a trigger. In this particular case, I'm looking for stocks if they meet these filter requirements. If a stock makes a new high for the day, if all this is satisfied, then I get a real-time alert. That's why we see these. Okay? So imagine if you didn't have filters in place and you're just looking for stocks making new highs, you'd be inundated with alerts. So that's why you always start off with filters to kind of get the universe of stocks down to a manageable number. So that's if you want to make your own scans. And we've made it very easy. If you right-click, configure, and search, here are all of the alerts that we have. And we're going to scroll down. When we see these icons, these are the filters that we have. So again, I always have to say this. Please listen really, really carefully. You don't have to learn all of the alerts and filters. Okay? We've created a lot of them because we have thousands of customers, all sorts of different trading styles. So we feel that, you know, we're not forcing anybody to learn a programming language. We feel that, you know, for the absolute majority of our customers, they can combine our alerts and filters to give them the type of scan they're looking for, okay? But obviously it's not necessary to learn them all. I think people look at, you know, they look at that and go, my goodness, I cannot learn all this, so this is way too hard for me. Well, you don't have to learn them all. So again, that's if you want to create your own scans. So I've already indicated how you can, how I'm sharing my scans, and here from our toolbar, if you click on New and then Dock Channel Bar, you'll also see in these channels, these are all themed channels. And click on Momentum as an example. They're all themed channels. And you'll see here is an alert window. We call it Momo for Momentum. If you like this, you can save it to the cloud. And that's the whole idea. All I'm trying to do is to show you that we've created a lot of different scans. You can go into the different channels. You can extract them, a window, an alert window that you might like. Save it to the cloud. I'm going to go to another one. Stock surging. And the action is heating up, as an example. Here's that STRN right at the top here. Okay. You might like this one. Save it to the cloud. So again, the concept is you can go to the different channels, take a look at some of the scans that we've created. You can save individual ones to the cloud, and then you file load from cloud. And if you save them, you'll see them right at the top. You highlight it, load, highlight, load, etc. That's how you can create your own layout without actually having to build anything from scratch. Okay? So we try to make it very, very easy. Now, a word about the AI. If you have our premium service, this is what I would do to watch it. I would click on New from our toolbar, and then AI/Holly Strategy Trades window. When you do that, this is the window that you'll see. Okay? You just wait for the alerts to happen. There's no video. We get questioned all the time. Well, how do I trade them? Well, how you trade them will be up to you. There's an entry, there's a stop. You don't have to get right in at the penny. For me, I'd never take anything without clicking on an alert. Look at STRN, guys. And I would never, ever just take a trade without seeing a chart. Okay? So, it's not mandatory. You get it right at the penny. But how you trade them will be up to you. I use it like a watch list. Typically, I personally like to focus on the ones under $20, but that's just me. What I would do is I would take this window and I would incorporate it as part of your layout. Then tomorrow when you load trade ideas, before 9:30 Eastern time, this window will be blank. There's nothing for you to do. This will just be load automatically. There's nothing for you to do. See, look at my stubbornness on the STRN. I know it just briefly went over 6, but it didn't take out that price. Okay, last thing I'm going to do is just put in the Brokerage Plus link. Explain a little bit about Brokerage Plus, and then we'll get back to taking a look at interesting ideas. So the Brokerage Plus link that I just popped in, there are 2 videos. The first video, the short video. First of all, you need to be using our downloadable application. If you're using our web-based version, this is not available, okay? Just to let you know. Let me just do a connection here to simulation. Okay, so the first video, the short video, shows if you have an Interactive Brokers account or an E-Trade account, you can use this window from within Trade Ideas to trade. Okay, but you need an Interactive Brokers or an E-Trade account. It does not work with any other broker. Please don't ask. Okay, are we trying to add brokers? Of course, but right now it's just Interactive Brokers and E-Trade. But please listen again. We're a scanner. That's what we do. Doesn't matter who your broker is, you can use Trade Ideas. This is just an option. It's a feature that if you wanted to use it, it's there, okay, for you. But if you don't have Interactive Brokers or E-Trade, it doesn't. We link with many brokers. We have an external linking tool. If you click on Tool and then External Linking, all that does is a great time saver. If you establish a link between Trade Ideas and your broker, again, nothing to do with this window. But what the link does, when you click on a symbol, it'll load into your broker's platform, into your order entry, and from there you trade. From within your broker's platform, you can trade it. It's just a time saver so that you don't have to keep typing symbols into your order entry all day long. Okay? Now the longer video, which was created by Michael Noss, who again will be in our YouTube room between 12 and 1. The longer video goes into a lot more detail about how you can use this Brokerage Plus window, okay? And also, how I like to demonstrate it, using it as a simulator, a paper trader. Before you start trading, please practice trading, okay? Before you commit money to the market, practice trading. We've got a great simulator here. It uses our real-time data, so it doesn't matter who your broker is. You don't even need a broker. It uses our real-time data. So practice trading before you commit money to the market. And that's part of our standard service, okay? So you don't need a premium service for that. All right, I'm keep that eye on that STRN. Keeps teasing it around that six level. All right, Sumo now. Sumo came into my option scanner. It's kind of interesting. Sumo came into the option scanner at 1520. So it's shoot. I thought it was still at 1524. If we look left. So the next high is 1548 and then 1570. So it's got some potential. Okay, I didn't see it when it came into my option scanner at 1520, but it's making it, you know, for me now it might be a little late. But it was hanging around that 1520 mark for a bit. All right, guys, I'm not going to chase. Okay, here's another one that just came in. COMM, COMM. Let's see what sort of room it has. Yeah, I just think it's got too much resistance between here and 12. You know, I mean, I'm pretty stubborn in what I'll take. You know, I want to see a lot more room. You know, when I look left, I want to see a lot more room. I don't want to see like a big gap that it could really fill in. I just see that, to me, it looks like there's too much resistance between here, 1170, and 12. It doesn't mean it's not going to rip, but that's why, you know, I don't take too many trades in a given day. You know, I'm I stick to my rules pretty resolutely. Just give me a moment, please. Now, what you're seeing here is something that happened yesterday, okay? So the ACET, that happened yesterday, and this is in the simulator. Aha! LWLG, what the heck are you? Light wave logic. This showed up in the option scanner on the way down. Interesting. Okay, guys, I'm just kind of stalled right here with the STRN is just not. But don't lose sight of it. With that float, if it pops through 6 on volume, anything can happen. We saw what happened yesterday with a few of them. So the owl is hooting up here, guys. Man, but again, it's coming into some resistance too. Boy, I really, really hope I get one 10-day daily breakdown. I'd be really interested in looking at that. Market is still strong. It has not had any sort of a pullback. All right, guys, so I'm just going to, let's just take a trade, show you how the simulator works. I always like to demonstrate on maybe taking a trade on a pullback, okay? So just to show you how the simulator works, how you can practice. Say I wanted to take this STRN, okay? The STRN. I want to take it if it pulls back to, maybe this level here. Or down to 540. I want to take it if it pulls back down to this level. Again, I'm not saying I would do this. I'm just showing you the mechanics of how to do it. But let's just say we do that. Pick how many shares, 400 shares. If it pulls back to 540, and click the big buy button, and you'll see a blue line will appear on the chart. So if SGRN comes back down to 540, it'll take the trade, okay? Just showing you the mechanics of how to do this. Again, this is all part of the standard service. Practice trading. You want to practice pullbacks? Well, that's how you do it. Or I could have done the same thing. I could have said, you know what, I want to take the trade. If it finally moves up above 6, at 614, whatever. I could have put, these two and the two price and the stop box. I could have put 614 in both, and a blue line would have appeared on top. I'll leave it in, see what happens. Yeah, looking at the AI, really nothing happening. Again, nothing in a price range I like. So, Gary, maybe you don't hear me. There's no coding involved. I mean, you don't have to learn programming, okay? I'm sharing a lot of scans, and in our channel bar, we're sharing a lot of scans there too. I have no idea your trading style. That's why we create a lot of. I have different scans that I've created. Some may suit your trading style, but I don't know your trading style. But that's why we have a lot of alerts. We have a lot of different alerts and a lot of different filters that you can take. You don't have to learn them all, as I always say. You don't have to learn them all, but we try to create enough of them so that you can combine them to give you the type of scan you're looking for without having to know any programming language. But again, I'm sharing a lot of scans, so you don't want to learn. Like some people, I'll bet there are a lot of people don't learn. They don't create their own scans at all. They're either using mine or they're using the ones from the channel bar. We have a lot of scans from the channel bar. But of course, if you want to create your own scans, yeah, of course you can do so. Look at the ACET guys, boy. And one of the things that I do, and I really recommend that people do, is using our price alerts. So I mean, you've heard me talk about STRN. You guys are probably tired of my talking about it, but here's the deal. We know that it popped in the pre-market. We know that it's got a low float. We know that it's an earnings play. So now at this point, I would put I put a price alert up here using our price alerts. Super simple to do. And so if it at some point takes that out on volume, that'll get me really interested. It may not happen. I mean, the way it's trading right now, it may not happen. But so I think to answer one of your questions earlier, by the time you've seen something, it's already moved. Well, that can happen. Of course, I mean, stocks can move very quickly. We do have volume bursts, like 1 minute volume bursts that can capture things early. But the other thing is that, once a stock gets interesting, just put a price alert. You can put price alerts at different levels, and then you don't have to watch it anymore. And then if the price hits, what happens is my price alert window will pop up on the screen, okay? And then I click on the alert. I can check to see, how much volume is coming in, if it's still a decent pattern. So, I mean, it requires some trading experience, but, so when we're looking at these ones that have really moved, many times during the day, they just sort of pause. And then they have a resumption in their move. No, it's 30 days. It's not like if you take out a subscription today on the 7th, it's 30 days. Right now, I'm not getting too many new alerts. Again, this one is, would be really interesting to get one of these in the 10-day daily breakdown. On a day like today, where, wow, look at tech. Wow. Look at that. Let's take a look. I don't think we're going to see very much of a difference. We looked at this about 10 minutes before the market opened, the sector status. And I'm sure they're virtually all up. Still, yeah. There's no weak sector today. I mean, the weak sector, only 78% of them are up from yesterday's close, is consumer staples. That's our weak sector of the day. So I should actually, for other people too, being our channel bar, it's all theme based. So you're looking for EV plays, electric vehicle plays. Here you go. Here's an electric vehicle. You're looking for NFTs and cryptos. Here's our crypto channel. Okay. You're looking for earnings. Not too many earnings right now. We're not in earnings season, but here's an earnings channel. We're all theme based. We have a pre-market channel. I have my own setup, but no problem using this. This is a pre-market channel. Short squeeze, stocks that have probably high short float interest percentages, and maybe they're squeezing a little bit. Swing ideas, so we have a lot of theme-based channels, and so we've created all this for you. You don't have to learn how to, do anything at the beginning. Trade the gap. You don't have to learn them all. I mean, these are just a lot of different channels trying to satisfy different trading styles. Unusual option activity. So there's all sorts of different trading styles that we try to basically cover them all. Actually, we had more than that. We had to get rid of a lot because you know, we sort of looked at, we had too many channels actually, and some of them were really overlapping. And then, you know, we did a pretty simple scan to see which ones were the most popular, and ones that weren't, they got turfed. So look at the way the market is just sort of flattened out now, guys. All right, give me a moment, please. I'll be right back. All right, guys, I'm back. And you know, another thing, Gary, and others too. I mean, you know, this room itself is a free resource. You know, between 8 a.m. now, 8 a.m. and 3 p.m. Eastern Time, Monday to Friday, and then again in our YouTube room between 12 and 1 of the other traders takes over. The other traders are more swing traders than I am, but they have a different look at the market, and you can head over there also. Chris Varley hosts between 3:30 and 4:30 Monday to Friday in our YouTube room also, where you can ask him questions about the program or the market. So we've got a lot of support. We feel we've got a lot of support. And it's all free, even if you're not a subscriber. You know, so you can ask a lot of questions before you take out a subscription. So look what happened here, guys. So this was something that I believe I was demonstrating a pullback, okay, for ACET. So at this point, you know, I left it in thinking, okay, maybe this could turn into a bit of a swing trade. So what this is telling me right here, you know, up 600 shares, up $276. If I want to get out of the trade, I just flatten it. Or I could get out a half, or I could double my position. Let's just get out a half the trade, okay? Just to show you, you know, here's how you practice trading. Why is the long spike alert not working? Not sure what you mean by that, Ori. I don't know what the long spike alert. What is the spike alert? Which one is that? Guys, keep an eye on ACAD. It's trying to come back. I mean, it got up to 25, 26 after hours yesterday. Big positive news, phase 3. But it really sold off, but it's trying to come back. Velocity spike. All right, well, I'm not familiar with that one, but let's take a look. So if I type in velocity, I'm going to see it. Okay, so it's not called velocity spike. So what is it called? I need to, in order for me to see it, I have to know what it's called. It's obviously not called velocity. Well, if I'm typing it wrong, I don't see anything. It must be called something else. I'll type in spike. You talking about the 1 minute volume spike? Okay. It's only one scan. It's not your layout, right, Ori? Okay. Okay, guys, obviously I got out of the SYTA, but I'm still super interested in this one if it takes out that, gets over 7, takes out the 200 day. It tried. If you want to see 672, you want to see the power of the 200 day moving average, look at it. So that green line right here on the daily chart, that's 683 is the 200 day moving average, okay? Look where it got to. It got up to 672, so within like 11 cents of it, and it just stalled. I mean, that's the power of the 200 day. Now, if it somehow can, on volume, take that out, this could really start to run. I mean, I'm not a big technical indicator guy, but that is the one that virtually everybody knows and is aware of. I need a collaboration. I need a cloud link, Ori. Okay? I can't load that collaboration link. I need a cloud link. All right, here's another one that's showing up on my option scanner on the way down. Cort, C-O-R-T. At 22.11. Let's see what could possibly happen. Yeah, it takes out 22. Look at the low yesterday, was 21. So this is selling off. Or I need a cloud link. Okay, so take it, right click. Okay, save or share to cloud. Save. Okay, and then paste it in. Control V it in. I can't load it. Okay, so right click, save or share to cloud. Save. Okay, and then I'll get a cloud link. A collaboration link is I can't load those. Okay, guys, this is just a SPAC that opened, GLLIU. Well, you can see, I mean, right now the market is just flattening out. The big gap up, pre-market, continued the gap. And it's just sort of flattening out right now. All right, so I'll click on that, see what you've got here. Okay, so long velocity spike. Okay, well, so that's your name. Okay, I mean, obviously, okay, that's your name. Okay, you have an alert window here. You don't have a, but you don't have a trigger. There's no trigger, so I'm not sure. You know, what are you looking for? If all these filter values are met, what do you want to happen? A new high, a new low, a new 5-minute high, a new 5-minute low. And you've got a lot of filters in here too, so you're not going to get too many alerts anyway. But you don't have a trigger. So that's one reason why you're not getting any results. Yeah, but it's not a heartbeat. He must have taken that out, and okay. So are we good, Ori? Okay, good. Mr. Real, good morning. Keep an eye on that ACAD, guys. I mean, it is really coming off that 20 now. All right, 21 now. William, are you in the room still? Did you read the press release that they came out after hours for ACAD? I mean, it was ACAD. I mean, it was a phase 3. Seemed to, obviously the market reacted extremely positively, but then it just sold off. All right, guys. Well, this is sort of flattening out everything. Even the SYTA, which I'm watching. SYTA, I'm just watching it to see if it has a pop. All right, Dare. Dare got halted. No, this is a news halt for Dare. D-A-R-E. Dare just got halted for news. Zach, your favorite. Traders circulating. Price target of 10. Okay, but that was early. That was before this halt. This was at 10:36. Okay. So let's see what happens once this is resumed. Yeah, I traded that earlier. I'm certainly, especially if it takes out that 200-day later on, Ariel. I traded this earlier. Mildly disappointed that it didn't take out the 200-day, but was okay. And so what Real is talking about on the 15-minute chart, that orange line is the 8 EMA. Let's see if it gets closer and bounces off it. No. No. I had an alert set at just over 6 for it. You know, obviously we're watching this all day. And then it went from about 6 to 670, just like that. So it wasn't anything to do with the EMA. It was just breaking over that whole number. All right, guys. So what's? Oh, I have a little applause, which means okay. LITM. This, of course, was that IPO from a few days ago. LITM over 7 now. All right. EV plate. Let's take a look left. 732. Yeah, 732, and then 875. I mean, 732. It's not that far away. If we can get through that, then the next high is 875. Guys, CAD looks interesting, really more interesting and interesting. Over 21, trying to, yeah, then it just dropped. 2101, 2107. It just dropped the bid ask. I wish I knew how, I just don't know enough about what they're trying to do here. I'm a little more conservative. I'm hoping for a 200-day break for the SYTA. Which is right at 683. So I'm a little more conservative than you, I guess. Actually, put it right there, 678. That's the high. Did you hear that? All right, guys, I'm just kind of why Owl has been a good one. I just didn't take it, but boy, it was a nice one for a while. Now, shoot, should have been paying more attention to this one on that top at 17. Ooh, now is this on the upside or the downside? ISIG. No, the downside. Okay. SYTA, guys, getting so close now. SYTA getting so close. Oops, I'm excited. I typed it in wrong. All right, guys. I mean, SYTA, do what you have to do what you have to do, but take out 7, take out 7, take out 7, take out 7, take out 7. There we go. Take it out again. I think something's gone wrong with my price alerts. Just give me a moment here. I'm going to... Okay, you're a fast-moving stock, so one of these should trigger. Okay, I guess it is okay. Okay, I guess it is working. I don't know. Didn't look like I was getting the right alerts, but I guess I am. Okay. Okay, guys, sorry. I'm going to look. CORT 2211 was the alert. 2211. Boy, this is an interesting looking short, guys. Underneath 22, sort of basing a little bit on the 5s. 15 is straight down. Got room underneath. 2115 is the low of yesterday. This is, of course, going against the market. Dare is still halted. Long halt for news. All right, well, Tess, not over. I mean, Tess, again, it's a buyout at what, 750? Is that the proposes to buy? There we go. So Lakeview Investment Group. I wonder if this is a hostile takeover. It's a review. It's easy to I see. So they own. I see. So they own 14.9% of the company. Okay. And so I guess they're saying, okay, we want to take you over, or at least do a review of strategic alternatives to maximize shareholder growth. Okay, one moment, please. All right, guys. Okay, let's get going. Come on, let's get going. SYTA. Leave 7 behind. Next high looking left is way over here, 968. I'm not saying it's getting there, but at least we don't have to worry about any chart resistance. That's what other traders are looking at. Like you've got to manage the trade, guys. If you got into this trade, you've got to manage it, right? Can't just assume it's just going to keep going higher and higher and higher. You'll manage to reel on that one. Or if I would say, you got to trade it. You've got to be able to manage the trade. Something this low of a float, it's awesome when they're going higher, but it's not so awesome when they all of a sudden they drop. Okay, so manage the trade. It's funny because if I had to pick between the two of them, I would have picked the STRN as maybe being the one that was going to do the damage between the SYTA and the STRN, just because STRN had some released earnings, had a ton of room, all-time high. Just goes to show. Look at DOCU. This is really strange. This DOCU has really done nothing. DOCU, I think it's been flatlining. Look at this. Is there something going on? Or is it just because... No. It's really strange. I mean, if you didn't know any better, you'd think this was a buyout. What a day. I mean, look at the gap downs versus the gap ups. I mean, this is basically full, only 2 gap downs showing, with the filters that I've got. I'd be really keeping an eye on that ACAD, guys. See if it's holding 21 pretty well. If it gets any sort of volume and starts pushing, I mean, it did hit almost $26 after hours yesterday on their news. But this is a pretty bad sell-off. I mean, it almost went negative, or at least flat. Apps had, I believe, it had an upgrade, an $80 price target put on by Macquarie, APPS. That's what I saw this morning. Yeah, so it had an $80 price target put on it. Yeah, so again, you know me, guys. I mean, that over 7, fading back towards 7, I will always take some out. SYTA. Just holding on to see if it can at least hold the 200-day moving average. Oh, just because a company has some analyst puts a price target on it doesn't mean it's going to go up and up and hit that target today or any day. That is just an opinion. Not mine. I'm talking about the analysts. These analysts, they put these. Sometimes they put these crazy price targets. Look at Smile Direct. Are you kidding me? Smile Direct is making a new high. SDC beaten up. The stock that dentists love to hate. SDC. No, they're trying like anything. So SDC reports a partnership with celebrity cosmetic dentist to advocate for increased access to oral care. Well, I'll give them that. I mean, man, oh man, I mean, taking care of your teeth can get pretty darn expensive. ACAD, guys. ACAD. All right, guys, it's now 11:35. I just want to confirm that it'll be Michael in our YouTube room between 12 and 1 when I do take my break. Again, if you have questions about, using Brokerage Plus or back testing strategies, things like that, he's your man. So I just want to make sure it is him. He's not tied up and somebody else is taking over, so... All right, good resiliency so far for the SYTA, guys. I've obviously managed the trade. I've traded some out. I was hoping it would hold at least that 200-day moving average, 683. And let's see now. I get some volume and just start to shoot this thing upwards. I will say this about Windows 11: they have a nicer tone now, when instead of the beep when it alerts you something. with it. Well, look at that. Come on. Didn't hold that 7. All right, give me a moment, guys. My headset is just about done. Just a second. Okay, back. I haven't. Hey, Chris, you know it's Michael. He's not doing some kind of a seminar or webinar today. He should be in the YouTube room today, right? I just don't have an answer back from him. Okay, thank you. ACAD guys, up to you. SYTA, up to you. All right. Thank you, Stantec. Man, that was a great short. Missed it. The owl. Funny because it actually in the pre-market they showed up as a gap down. I think it gapped down a little bit, and then it showed up as a gap up. This is my pre-market scanner. But look at this. I mean, from 17 almost straight down to that 5-minute chart to 1620. Anybody see that and take it? Yeah, I don't have very much of it left. The SYTA. Not liking the way it's doing its thing at $7, but we'll see. I've got some left just in case, and I can always get back in. I mean, if this really starts to rip, depending on the pattern. Yeah, I didn't see it because of the filters I've got. I didn't see it. Well, I saw it earlier. I saw it in the pre-market, 16, you know, the owl. But here, of course, I think you're using a 5-day now, 5-day daily breakout. I have no problem keeping these filters really, really tough. Just getting too many alerts before. I see Bitcoin, BITO, is starting to move down somewhat. Market is not moving at all. Bitcoin is starting to move down a little bit. What's the price right now for Bitcoin? 51,000, thank you. All right, guys, I took a small loss on the ACAD. Boy, I really thought it was going to start to jump from that 21. So out for a loss, manageable as always. And that's the ACAD. I still am interested in it if it can get back over maybe this level here, but I really thought it looked like it was holding that 21 really nicely. PPSI, let's take a look at PPSI from Zach. Yeah, a lot of volume coming in. Let's take a look left. Looking left, the next high is 875, 887, and 910. So it's got some work to get through all that. But I think you're probably looking at it as a potential short, aren't you? The cat came right back up. Okay, yeah, just got a confirmation. So Michael will be in a YouTube room between 12 and 1 when I do take my break. Still interested in the CAD. See if it holds as 21 a little bit better. Took a small loss on it. Maybe stick the alert back at around 21.31 and see if it gets back up to that level again. AI is really not doing anything today. I mean, there's a few alerts, but no big movement. Nothing in the price range I like either. I like the ones under 20, just not getting anything there. All right, DBI guy. Ooh, keep an eye on DBI, DBI, DBI. Why? Because it's an earnings play. 1585. The next high looking left is 1697. This could be a good one. This is from the option scanner. It came in at 1605. It just hit at 1145. And you know why I would like it, of course, is because it's got room. You look left, the next high is, way up here. $17. So it's got some room from 16 to 17. I would be really keeping an eye on it. And it should be active most of the day. It is an earnings play. Release earnings before the market opened. I didn't really see this one pre-market. But once the market opened, it's been pretty steadily up. All right, guys, I'll be right back. 11:47, I'll be right back. All right, guys, notice what happened here with the STRN. Remember, I put in the simulator. I said, okay, let's buy this on a pullback, STRN, at 541. So it took the trade. See how it took the trade? DBI did not hold 16, so I'm still have to put my alert back up. DBI did not hold 16 so far. I've got reasonably high hopes for it if it gets back over 16. SYTA is, well, it looks like it wants to hold 7 for a while anyway. Still have a little bit of that left. What gets me out if it gets down below that 200-day moving average. You know what's moving, which I unfortunately kind of disregarded. Look at the LITM. So it happened to my watch list at 724, got up to 760. Yeah, I'm certainly not taking my eye off it, that SYTA. All right, so for the DBI, I've got to put a price alert back up here around 16, say 1612, okay? We had the alert at 1605. Just didn't want to hold that 16. BHG on the way down. BHG on the way down. This is still up, but it's moving down. BHG. This was up on revenue guidance, I think. Trading higher after source 12% after guiding 2022 revenue of 6.5 billion. Whoa! Are you kidding me? What do these guys do? This is what it says. They're guiding 6.5 billion above consensus. That's pretty dramatic. All right, guys, so before I take my break at around noon, I'm going to put the YouTube link in. Again, if you have a lot more detailed questions about using Brokerage Plus, maybe backtesting strategies, things like that, Michael Noss is your man, and I will put the YouTube link in. You can head over there when I do take my break, right around noon. Well, things are just stuck. Look at the SPY, guys. I mean, that is just completely and utterly flattened right out. We have it hasn't budged in about an hour and a half. Okay, I thought it said. Okay, it's again kind of a misleading headline, or the way I was reading it obviously was misleading. Okay, I hear the mowers. What time is it? 11:54. Okay, I've got to just got to do something. I'll be right back. All right, guys, I'm back. Okay, Sly, what I would do is head over to the YouTube. I'll be taking my break in about, well, very soon. Michael is way more versed in using Brokerage Plus and the AI than I am. Okay, I could answer your questions, but I'm going to be taking my break. But if you head over there, you can ask that same question, and you'll get probably a better, more detailed response than okay than what I could give you right now. Just because I'm going to be taking a break. Okay, but I've just put the YouTube link in, and I'm just waiting for Michael. Okay, guys, that obviously out of the SYTA. You've got to be so careful. That's remember I was saying, these things can drop almost more quickly than they go up. So that's good. Good. Okay, so Michael is streaming right now. So head over there, Sly. Okay, I put the link in. Head over there and ask that same question. Okay. Okay, Michael, I'll stop my stream and we'll see you in about an hour. Everybody else in the main room.
All right, everyone, let's start by testing the sound here. All right, that looks good. Maybe just turn it up a little bit there, not too much. There we go. And then hit that button. You should be able to see my screen too. Let me wait for the stream to catch up. Perfect. All right, everyone. So again, if you guys are new here, basically what we do is Barry takes a nice little lunch break and we open up the room for just questions about trading, trade ideas, anything you want to know about anything like that. If you don't know who I am, I guess I'll just type hi in the chat here. It will come up as my YouTube channel. That's fine. Where's my mouse? Too many monitors. Here we go. Hi. Yeah, name's Michael Noss, chartered market technician. Been using trade ideas for, 15 years now almost. And started consulting with trade ideas quite a while ago as well. I do a lot of the math nerd stuff around here, so algorithm development and that type of thing, business development as well. So I definitely, after using it for that long, I'll be able to help you out with whatever you guys need. So, and I always say this, we very much appreciate when you guys ask questions because we really don't have anything prepared when we come here because we want to make sure that we're not rambling over questions people may have. So there is no bad questions. It actually helps set the time go by. Myself, watching the markets, I made a cheeky tweet this morning that said basically, if you ever feel dumb, just remember there are people that are shorting this bull market, and it seems like that's holding true. Just another pullback, just like all the other small little pullbacks we've had all year, and all-time highs look like they might be incoming again. So definitely a good time if you were positioned correctly with your swing trades. And the TI strength that I have up here is positioned very well. So you want me to take a look at Holly? I'll take a look at Holly. I'll see what I haven't looked at her today. I'm mainly a swing trader. Primarily, I do some algorithmic day trading only. I just find there's way more profit potential, not capping a time frame. So I just focus entirely on kind of the swing side of things. So looks like the AI is about flat today. Had a couple trades here. SYF looks like it's working great. NTR looks like it's fine. IART, that one's about break even. JLPI about break even. Yeah, so it's about it's a kind of sideways day for the AI and a sideways day for the stocks it picks, which really, if you take a look up here at the SPY, is not surprising. We had this massive gap up, and then we had, a quick run out of the gate, and then we're chopping sideways. And that's what it looks like a lot of these stocks are doing as well. Zim actually is kind of cool because I have Zim on my watch list as well for over $60. I was looking at Zim as just this kind of nice wedge pattern out here on just an insanely strong stock, right? $20 up to 60 in a year. So insanely strong stock. Really looking at this topping tail that we had here right at $60. Like, what was the high of that day? 60.09. And then today the high was 60.09. Wow. Okay, so 60.10. That thing might be a nice little play. Again, I don't know what they do. Oh, deep sea fishing out of, is that Israel? Trade is helping me with my knowledge of flags. Yeah, that's Israel. So shipping, stock, right? There's already one shipping stock in the TI Strength algo this week, this ODFL, which I actually got triggered in today as it just broke over this range. This pullback that we've had in the market, I am very impressed with how TI Strength handled it. Like last week, there was only 2 stocks triggered, and those were both profitable, and the rest it just didn't trade, which is exactly what you want to see in not so fun markets like that. How do you get SPAC out of stock shares? And can you share what I use to monitor ETFs? So first, how to get SPACs out of your scan. So if you right click on any scan and you go here to symbol lists, and wait, where's the rest of this? There. I don't know why that didn't load. So yeah, you click add existing list. And then if you scroll down, we have all these lists here. Anything without personal next to the name is something that kind of Trade Ideas made for you. And there's one that we call blank check, I think. We should probably just call it SPACs. But yeah, blank check and holding companies, these and shell companies, right? You can tick these. And when you do, they'll pop up in here. So these are your symbol lists that you can access. And when you click on that, you have this option up in the corner right here. So you can go exclude the following lists, and then it will just take those out of your scan. So that's great for a couple things. Some people have, what they call shit lists for like stocks they don't trade. Some people, they just don't want to trade like, SPACs, like you were talking, that type of thing. Another way to do it with SPACs is, you can make sure that they have a certain amount of range to them. Because, SPACs will usually just hang out around $10 until something's announced. So you could say, hey, I want it to have more than a 20-day range of 5% or something. And that will get rid of things like SPACs and buyouts, right? Because it sucks when you're scanning and you click on a buyout and it's just, this horizontal line because, those things don't move for obvious reasons. Can I share what I use to monitor ETFs? I don't think I can. And that's just because of the fact that it would be attached to symbol lists. So I can kind of flash up here my, let's try that one. I can try to show you, or maybe I can copy or paste the, I don't have that open. Let me find. That list can update. You can update yourself, but if you email in support, they could give you the contents of that list, and you can go through and you could build your own list with the list that we have currently. And then what you could do is if you find a SPAC, you could just add it to that list as well, right? So again, I have something that I basically just call the shit list. And it has every stock that I see on a scan and I'm not interested in. Not on this one, because again, this is the demo. This is a VPS that I have just for demonstration purposes for you guys. But anytime you click on a chart, you can say send ADI to symbol lists, and all of these symbol lists will pop up right here. And beauty of that is that you can just go, okay, I don't ever want to see that again. And if you have all of your scans pointed to this symbol list that has just a bunch of symbols that you never want to see again, as soon as you send a new symbol to that, it will get taken off all your scans. So that's kind of how I do it, where, say it might just be as simple, like, again, I know there's some people that are kind of superstitious and they're like, man, every time I trade, what is it for me recently? It's Box. I think I've traded Box 3 times. I think I bought it here, and then I think I bought it again here, and then I am long it again here. And I really like the look of the weekly chart here, and I think we're going to break out at some point. But this one's been difficult, and some people will what they'll do is they'll say, okay, after I trade a stock a handful of times, if I don't make money on it, I don't want to see it again. So they'll be able to push those over as well. Now, for the ETF list, I'm actually trying to see here if I can take this, load that. Trying to see if I can grab that and how I would grab that. Because what I have here, I can show you. Oops. Move that in. So there's another virtual. I got to be careful clicking around here because I can't show you stuff. But yeah, what I do is I just have a scanner that I just call ETF Watch. And all I have is all the position and range filters out here. So if I want to quickly sort and say, hey, what ETF is the strongest on in the last 10 days and is close to the 10-day range? Well, that's XLRE. And I could say, oh, I want 2-year range. But the issue is I can't share this because it's this symbol list. So let me actually go over here to the web and see if I can maybe just copy and paste the symbols into chat. It might be a little obnoxious we'll clear out the chat, but that's fine. And this is what I follow. There's thousands of ETFs that you could potentially trade. And it really has to do, for me anyway, with what's going on in the market at the time. If ETFs are doing, or if not ETFs, if EVs are doing well, I'm going to spend a time looking at Drive ETF. If it just depends on kind of what's on the go at the time. So I'm constantly kind of adding and subtracting from it based off of what's hot. So if I do that there, so if you copy and paste that in, that should work for you. So that's kind of what I scan through each night now. Oh, actually, I wanted to add, and I'm actually going to add jets to that. So I'm going to actually do that on my end right now while I'm thinking about it. And it's just because airlines actually look really, really strong right now. So I just want to add that in. Right, so I added jets. For those who don't know, jets is just a basket of airlines, right? So it has Delta and all of this. And I just think it's interesting that potential kind of gap fill and go. Remember Omicron? Remember that a couple days ago? Everyone thought the world was ending again. They got suckered into that once again. I think if this kind of closes above to fill the gap, this one may turn strong. So that's what I like to look at. Now, actually, let me just set a price alert here because 25, I think, is the area for this. How to change the size of the candlesticks? Just click on your chart, hold the control button on your keyboard, and then use the scroll wheel on your mouse or the way, however you would scroll on your trackpad if you're using a trackpad. And that's how you expand and shrink them. Ooh, Playboy. It's looking interesting. I've really had eyes on this Playboy for a while. Insert whatever joke you would like there, but nice rounded bottom. Oh, no worries. That's why we're here again every day at this time. Something that Trade Ideas does that I think is awesome is we just open it up. I'm going to stand here. I got my desk, my little standing desk going, and I'm going to do absolutely nothing but answer any questions you guys may have and just shoot the shit about the markets in the meantime. Which, again, I think is just dope. I think that's kind of an unprecedented level of support. But yeah, Playboy, I'm looking at, we got this big old rounded base going on here. I love rounded bases. I think they're just an awesome way just to see accumulation in a market. And then, we've got this kind of flag pattern happening outside. So technically you could look at that as a cup and handle, which, if I had to pick a pattern, that would be it. Oh yeah, don't forget Chris's 330 supports. Man, we do a lot So yeah, Chris pops on 3:30 Eastern, of course, every day and does the same thing. Sits here for a while and shoots shit about the markets and um, just chats about whatever it is that you guys need. And yeah, I can share. Let me duplicate free floating so I can share this. The only caveat with sharing this is you got to just you have to point it to a symbol list because it will probably just look like nothing when you load it, right? You got to make sure you have that symbol list because that's my personal symbol list, which would be different than everyone else's. So yeah, Playboy is super interesting to me. I like the pattern and I love the short float, right? 25% short float. I saw a really interesting argument for Playboy as like the leading NFT play out there, which again, putting my childlessness aside, is actually probably a pretty good argument. Is there a place to look for stocks declaring bankruptcy? We don't have any alert for that, but basically anything with a Q at the end of the name would be one. I don't know how you do that. You could just find stocks. Yeah, I don't know how. Using Brokerage Plus and Holly, is it automated? She would enter and exit as long as we have Brokerage Plus connected to our account. No, you can trade it automatically. Now, we never recommend just doing that. So we have Brokerage Plus here. This is just again, this whole thing that you're seeing is just a demo thing to show you guys. But you just go to the Holly tab, right? You highlight them all and you right click, and under the trading instruction, you just edit these as you like. But as soon as they're turned on, you're good to go. Now, caveat, just don't ever just turn on any automated system and walk away and don't do any work yourself, right? Because that's, the market will take away the money of the people that do that. But yeah, you can automate the entries yourself for sure. Again, just go to the Holly tab, right? You want to edit both the long and short trading instructions. Make sure you're pointing it to whichever account you want. We'll put that on simulate it. And then these are just how do you want to risk? Do you want to buy a certain amount of dollars or shares, or do you want to do it based off a stop loss? And then in what mode do you want to send it in? And then every day, all you'll do is right click and click enable 13 strategies, and away you go. You'll have to do that every day on connection, just FYI, but that's in theory all you need. ARLO. Looks good. Looks like it's missed, right? I wouldn't buy any of that here. You're already up, what's that, from 750 to 850 in a day or 3 days. So no, I wouldn't buy it up here, but it's got that big rounded base that I look like. So it's got, this big rounded base. right? And then you combine that with that big rounded base. So it does look good. I just kind of probably would have rathered it breaking this area than up there too much. And the reason for that is I always look at, okay, if I enter here, where is the most logical place for my stop? So say I enter right here at 870, best place for my stop is right there. So this is my risk. So unless I could easily see making 2 times whatever this line is, right? Call it $1 per share. So I need to make $2 a share. So it need to get up to 1070 for it to be a worthwhile trade to me, which puts it about here. Possible for sure. Just again, I always want my stop as tight as I possibly can get it. Is external linking compatible with Webull? Yeah, it should be. If not, I don't. They don't like Canadians, so I can't personally test that. But it should work just the same as the other external linkings. If not, just email in and they can set that up. That's a pretty easy thing for us to update is external linking like that. So Webull, I know is a big one and it's growing. And, one of those that if it accept Canadians, I would take a look at it. But up here, we basically have one option, and that's IB. How do you add a scan to a docked window? So let me actually, so I'm going to undock this, right? So take any scan that you're interested in, right click on it, and it will say duplicate to. And then these are the different windows that I have open, right? So the duplicate to TIS, that's just what I called this docked window, right? So then you'll just duplicate into that and you'll see it just popped in right there. Just like that. So just right click and, so just right click and then add it in and you're good to go. Yeah, it's not so much a bias thing, it's a regulatory thing, right? Whereas America with trading is big on regulating the individual, right? With pattern day trader rules and stuff like that. We don't. There's no pattern day trader rule in Canada. You can do whatever you want with your own money. You can trade prop, you can do whatever. But we heavily regulate the institutions. So becoming a broker in Canada is complicated for sure. Like, because I know Tastyworks, for example, I think they've been working on it for like 3 years now to get up here. So it's, just one of those things, it's both US and Canada seem big on regulation. It's just, who do you want to regulate? Do you want to regulate the institutions or do you want to regulate the individuals? So we just have more regulation on the institutions than the individuals. So, which sucks because places like Webull and also it's so payment for order flow. America is the only first world country in the world, I believe, that thinks that payment for order flow is a good idea and is legal. Everywhere else, including Canada, payment for order flow is illegal. So as soon as payment for order flow is illegal and audited and checked to make sure they don't do it, then they have to charge commissions. So a lot of these zero commission guys like Robinhood and all that, it makes no sense for them to come up here, right? Because they'd have to change their entire business model because they can no longer sell our order flow to make money. So they charge us commissions to make money, which personally for me, I would rather, I don't mind paying $1 in and $1 out when it comes to IB or, obviously more if it's a larger type of thing, because it's one of those that the broker's going to get their money from you one way or the other, right? They're either going to just charge it to you on the top line and call it commissions, or they're going to charge it to you in the middle and just say you got a worse fill. So to each their own, but that's one of the reasons that, again, these zero commission brokers, not only would they have to go through the regulatory process to come to Canada, they would also have to rebuild a business model entirely to try to say, okay, well, how do we make money off these people, considering that we can't we can't sell their order flow to Citadel or 0.72 or any of those guys. You know, we have to fill them at a price that the market's showing as opposed to whatever price we want to. How to trade TI strength alert. Well, the beauty of that is let me load up the channel here. Oh. There should be a welcome screen pop up. Looks like there's a little bit of a glitch, but we'll get that sorted. Let me actually just for now go to, we'll go to TIS. Hold on, just because there's no ifs, ands, or buts about it, right? So again, we are obviously not going to tell you how to trade. You know, again, anyone who goes, tell me how to trade is going to have a bad time in the market. So I'll tell you just that right now. You have to build your own trading plan. There is no ifs, ands, or buts or questions or anything about that. But and this will, once we get that little glitch fix, pop up for people who's doing the channel. This is the thing that's sent out to you. So these were my notes on the SPY that essentially we should hold this level. And that's what we did, and we rocket ship from there. And then there's your entry, and there's your stop loss based off the algorithm. Well, sorry, based off the algorithm, we buy it every month or every Monday. But then this is just kind of areas that I like for entry and exit. So, you know, for example, Abbott Labs I took on Monday, and that one's been fantastic. But, you know, again, trade them as you see fit, right? Just know that these symbols have a good statistical chance that they're going to be up in a week or so from, you know, trying to, make sure it's up in a week or so to where it would be, right? And that these things outperform the market on average. But you know, take your own trades, trade your own style. You know, it's important. It's not important. It's vital. If you don't, the market will take your money at some point. But yeah, pretty clear entries and exits kind of described. So for me, it's usually just where's the next resistance. So on MCHP, which I got triggered in today, I was just looking at this high right here, which was also this high right here. So if I just draw that in and I just go, okay, well, here's kind of the most recent highs. We have one here and then we have one here. So I had an order just above that and I got triggered in as this broke. Now for a stop loss, right, depends on your trading style. Some could say I could see $80 being perfectly reasonable. I'll probably be more in kind of the $82 area. But again, don't let anyone tell you how to do it. Do it in a way that makes sense to you. And if you're not there yet, where you don't know how things, you know, if you're really new to trading, check out that Trade Ideas helped me put on. Boom. In which it's a full free trading course from soup to nuts. From first episode is what is a stock, and the last episode is building your own trading plan. 39 lessons long. Again, 100% free. You don't need a credit card or anything. It's just on YouTube. So check that out if you're that new. What time does the alert email goes out? It goes out on Sundays usually. just to give people enough time to do their own analysis, because we don't want someone just to get an email and then place a trade. We want them to be able to put their own, the algorithm is what the algorithm is, but at Trade Ideas, we're big fans of man and machine together, right? So, we want to use the machine to do the algorithms. Then we want to use the man to say, okay, does this thing make sense, right? Where would I like to buy it? Where do I think if it gets to, it's not going to go up anymore? Things like that, right? So make sure you're using that. But the emails are out at usually, I think it's like 7 Eastern. They hit every Sunday. Well, so you said you didn't receive it last Sunday. Did you just sign up immediately before that? Because sometimes it takes a bit. And if you email into Trade Ideas, you can get access to that. And now that it's, they can just give you a link and it will go from there. But they all get sent. It's an automated system. We send out about 2,000 emails for everyone. Then it got to you. And again, if you email into them, they can see why. But again, they all went. It's not a manual process, right? So if your email was inputted correctly on sign up, check your spam, check all of that, make sure it goes in. But again, there's really no way that we can do it wrong, right? As long as you haven't clicked unsubscribe on any of our emails or anything like that. In which case you just have to email us and say, oh yeah, sorry, I clicked unsubscribe on one of your emails. Now I want them back. That's a legal thing that we need, but they all go out. It's like thousands, right? And we get, maybe 1 or 2 people that it didn't get it. And then it's always that they clicked unsubscribe, or it's in a spam filter, or they've got something that's blocking it. So you're using Parallels. I'm using external linking to eTrade Pro, but I can't figure out how to run Trade Ideas as an administrator. So let's just close down eTrade. Yes, this is Parallels. I use Parallels and I use Amazon Workspaces as well. So just right click on, for me, it's in the taskbar. You could also do it in the, the icon they put in the side, and then right click on TI Pro. And there's a run administer button, as administer, right there. So just click that, and then it will yell at you the way Windows always does, because Windows annoying as a Mac nerd. And there you go. Yeah, so just right click on whatever icon you're using, and then just right click again, and then run as administrator, and you're good to go. Silly Windows being annoying. So here's a new channel, I guess, for anyone who is just starting to play with TI Strength. Close that, don't need 2 of those. But what we do is we now have this scan down here, which is not user configurable, but this actually updates in real time it's like 20 seconds, I think. And I'm loving this. A lot of my trading styles, or a lot of my trading algorithms are coming from this, right? And it's just, you're going to find just strong names. And for me, as a relative strength trader, I love it, right? Is it available on your site? Not on our website, but if you have Trade Ideas, then this gets updated usually on Saturday as well. Not that it matters, as long as it's by the weekend, then it's fine, right? It's not like you can do anything before Monday anyway when the market opens. And not like you'd want to, because, who knows what's going to happen over the weekend. Which is part of the benefit of being a human, instead of just buying stuff, right? And, using your eye. If you're trading this on the weekend and then you're like, oh crap, look, it's huge. There's a huge gap down, right? There's another variant, or, whatever the news is. you can just say, okay, well, I just don't want to buy any this week, right? So that's one of the reasons, again, we send it out on the weekend. It hits, the downloaded people get it earlier, but that's just because, you know, I have to put it into the hopper to get emailed out. And so it's not like anyone has an advantage because it always goes out on the weekend. How is Windows 11 versus Windows 10? I am not the guy to ask for that. Everything you see me run is always a virtual machine in some respect. It's either a virtual cloud or it's a virtual, it's a virtual machine just on my local computer like this one. To be honest, I didn't even ask to upgrade to Windows 11. I'm running the new M1 architecture with Macs. So I have to use the ARM-based version of Windows. And I woke up one day and Parallels had upgraded to 11. To be honest, the only thing I use this particular virtual machine for is running trade ideas. When I'm not showing stuff to you, I just have a whole bunch of charts open. So like, these are all the things that I'm watching kind of right now. And then when I show it to you guys, I just grab something from the channel, right? So, that's just the way it goes for me. I don't do anything else with Windows. It's just because Trade Ideas doesn't have a Mac version is the only reason I ever look at anything Windows related, right? You have to run an administrator. I don't know for E-Trade. They always say it's best to run an administrator. Maybe open it in cohesion mode or whatever they call it, and then you can turn it into cohesion mode after that, right? So, I can first, you saw that I opened it as administrator, and then I can hit the coherence buttons, and then I can go from there. I hope I didn't break anything. Whoa. Where are you going? Come back here. Yeah, I don't, personally, and this is just me, I don't like the Parallels cohesion mode. I always just find it a more of a pain than anything. Maybe that's just me. Like maybe it works fine for you, but I get the concept is they kind of now exist seamlessly together, but it's just not my thing. But like it keeps trying to clunk into areas here that I don't get. I'm just not a huge fan. Let's say I sign up for a premium account and they have entry and exits. Where should I see that on my screen? Just click on right here, the Trade Ideas AI, and you'll see what the recommendations of that are as well. Right, so then here's the recommendations today. It's those trades right there. So it's just under your channel bar and right here. For me, again, those are more for day traders. I've been trading long enough to know that that's just not where my talent lies. So I focus on the swing environment. What's the purpose of the heartbeat alert? The heartbeat alert is only to be used if you can't think of any other alert that you want to see, but you still want it to be an alert window. That's it. So the heartbeat alert goes off when all of your filter sets are met. So basically it's the same as a top list, but I wouldn't play too much about that. It's, again, that's the only purpose. If you've got for some reason you want to use some of the functionality of an alert window when you want it to like yell at you or place trades or something like that. For me, when it comes to if I just want a bunch of filter sets match, I'll use the top list window. I'm using DAS. No, so you need to use, I just see the question for using DAS with AW, or to use DAS with Brokerage Plus, and you can't. You have to use the Trader Workstation for now. We are looking to build a way that we're going to connect directly to IB's server, so you won't need to have Trader Workstation open and accessible. But for now, you have to. So you can't use DAS, or you have to be both signed into DAS and Trader Workstation. The score. So the score is, and I'll just add to this. So the score is a proprietary algorithm. We can't go into all of the details of, but it essentially uses some basic technical analysis, kind of pattern rec, and it uses some fundamental analysis, and it combines those to come up with a rank from 30, which means that, it's absolute kind of complete junk. The stock merely exists. Let's show the column here. And you can see right here. Or 100, which means that everything that we want is met. So again, can't go into all of the details, but think of it like if the stock's above the 200-day moving average, we award it some points. If it's in an uptrend, we award it some points. If the company's making money, we give it some more points. And if that amount of money the company's making is growing, we give it some more points, right? So it's like this, the more that the boxes that it ticks, then the more it's scored at, right? So if you see something that's like an 80 or above, you're going to just instantly know that that company is a company that's in an uptrend and profitable and has money, right? If you see a stock that's in like the 30s, then it's probably either in a downtrend or unprofitable or both. So that's how we look at that. And again, it's just a nice way for relative strength traders like myself. It's the same kind of concept as a TI strength, but TI strength is only technical. And, that's partly because I built it and I'm a CMT. And if I put fundamental stuff in that, they'll take my license away and yell at me and all that, but which I'm obviously just joking about. But yeah, that's it. It's just a ranking system based off. So it's think of like the Investors Business Daily kind of ranking, except this one updates live in real time as opposed to once a month or something. You can see this number move as new data comes in. It won't move dramatically, but it will move a little bit. Oh, good, Turner. Glad that worked for you. So I think if I missed any questions, let me know. Oh, the historical TI strength emails. You can email them if you want a certain date, but we don't send all of the emails out. We don't have them all accessible to people all the time. It's kind of a needless mess. You can use the TI strength scan here if you want to and see what would have been strong on these different days. That would have been the best way to do it, but we don't just keep all that. Now we have something that is, if you right click on any scan and you go into the symbol lists here, you can go into the symbol list and we have a symbol list that we call TI Strength Archive. That has recent ones in it. I clear that out every few months. So if you wanted to see not only, so if I click on this would have not only what's in TI strength this week, but it would have things like Apron, Blue Apron, which was last week right here. And I'm still in this one. I'm loving it, right? 20% already in a week. And then what I do is it's like once a quarter, like QGen, was supposed to break over there and it didn't. So we have all of those in as well, where usually speaking, it's like once a quarter, I'll clear it out, and then we start to add them back in. So you won't see technically the entry and exit criteria of it, but you'll know what was in it. And to be honest, the entry criteria is generally just because we send it out on Sunday on look at whatever the high was, the most recent high, in the last week or so, and we want to see it break that because we want to buy stuff on strength. The diversion market window. So let's go server window, divergence. I've meant to update this. There's just not enough time in the day. There we go. So this is an RSI divergence. So it has to exist sometime in the last, call it, let's add the actual RSI in there. I think it's the divergence has to happen today, but the low of the RSI before has to be within, I think, like the last 15 days. Right? So these are all based off the daily chart. So let's just find a nice, super clean example. Yeah, so AMRS, for example, it's kind of hard to see, but as, make that, come on. Right, so you can see as price is making, forget that bad tick, that's something we're working on, but as price is making lower lows here, the RSI is making higher lows. So that's kind of what it's looking for a divergence. So it's all daily time frame for now. If people use it and like it and they want some sort of intraday time frame, that's easy enough to do. I just want to get them. It's easier for me to make them really nice and perfect and pretty on a daily time frame, and then we'll start playing with lower time frame now. So for now, everything except the 820 crossover is on a daily time frame. And again, this is an early kind of beta program, but something I am personally very excited about, because although there won't be any customization for you guys, it's just going to be, we do the work and you guys just kind of get kick-ass scans from it, which I think is a great for most people, for 99% of the population. At what point is it nothing the divergence? Well, again, it just looks back 15 days. So if the RSI makes a new low, then it would negate the divergence, right? For me, I really like the idea of the setup. I'm just still trying to struggle with the entry criteria, because for me, I buy strength. I just find, every profitable trader that I know buys strength. So even if, say, they're bottom fishing, where is my parallels button so I can get this? How do I? Ooh, sorry. I'm kind of stuck here, I think. Exit cohesence. There we go. Come back to me. Yeah, so, buying strength, again, even if you're bottom fishing, only real crazy people will just, as the thing's tanking, pick a level and just buy it there. Most people will wait for some sort of sign of strength. For me, I'm just wondering at what point do these things become profitable. Again, I use them sometimes day trading, and what I'll do is like, a break of a 15-minute low or something like that. But still battling with this, but I do think there'll be something awesome as well. How do you change from a view within the tabs view within Windows? I'm not too sure what you mean there. If you want to, how do you change from a view with the tabs to a view with Windows? Well, I guess if you're talking like this, to make it a tab, you put it over the kind of little center bit there. And then if you want to pull it back out, you just pull it out, grab it, and either drop it in some free space, or if you want it to like be under a window, you just put it on this little box it's under. If you want it to be the left, you put it on that little box or there. So you can just put it under, and away you go like that, if that's what you're after. If not, just let me know. Shrink this a little bit. And then I want to change this back, get rid of the old stuff. And again, I think this update to the TI Strength channel is awesome, just because you've got the official ones that were sent, but then you also just have it live in real time ticking at you, right? So like so right now, oh no, I'm in the divergence. Let's go back. I should have just clicked on the channel button again. So yeah, SGH. That looks like a nice stock. And that's the first highest on TI strength, and ZIM, which we were talking about earlier, is the second highest. So I can just see these things as they go. I don't need to wait for the next week. So that's the benefit to being a subscriber, right? If the whole market is strong, wouldn't TIS be overloaded with tickers? Well, no, because that's the beauty of it, right? There's always going to be tons of tickers. So it's up to you as the trader of which ones you want to take. But there are things built into TI strength where if the market just rockets many days in a row, you'll actually notice a lot less tickers in there because there is essentially overextension math done where, if it deviates too far from a moving average or if it starts to become overbought with traditional indicators and things like that, it will actually get removed from the list and say, hey, this one's too overdone. And this is the complexity of looking at strength, because a lot of people will say strength is just the thing that's gone up the most. But the problem is if it's gone up the most, it might just be like one of these insane, pump and dump, low float garbage stocks that go up and then back down. So what I did is I said I want it to be strong, but if the RSI becomes oversold, start to subtract points. If it gets too far from a short-term moving average, start to subtract points. So that's why a lot of them, you'll notice, have this kind of same look of strong, but then some sort of basing type action going on. It's kind of more prevalent, I guess, here in the weekly chart, right? So this thing is obviously a strong stock. You don't need to be a CMT to know that. But then you can see there's a little basing going on here. So as the market gets overextended, you'll notice that less come in. I really like to use this scan. Like, I am loaded up with stocks right now, and today is a phenomenal day for my portfolio. And that's just simply because what I did is when the market was pulling back, I just exclusively used TI strength to show me what I should be buying, because my theory behind it is stocks that are strong because institutions are buying them. When the market turns weak and sells off, I want to go to where the institutions are not selling them. So AMAT, for example, is one. And I know ACN is another strong looking one. When the whole market fell apart there for a little bit, and we can reference this high for a relative basis, right? You notice that the SPY came kind of all the way down or a little bit below this high, whereas ACN stayed stronger. So the institutions were not selling whatever this is. I don't know what this stock is, but away we go, right? When you recommend 5 stocks on Sunday, well, first of all, we don't recommend anything, and that's got to be careful about that. But and it's not me; it's the algorithm that does it. Do I consider upcoming market events? And that's no, because it's all technically driven. And it's not. If you're in a bunch of stocks and the Fed says something stupid and the market tanks, you're going to lose money. That's fine, right? That's find me someone or a system that they say that makes money all the time, and I found a liar. So I just put it as that's just going to happen. The market's going to pull back sometimes. You're going to give back a little bit of money sometimes. That's fine, right? So we don't encounter that at all. The only thing we do check for the individual names is that earnings aren't coming up in, say, the next week or so. I will go through and make sure of that, just because earnings is kind of a knowable binary event that we just don't want to stay. We don't want to really be a part of. But other than that, the market's going to do what the market's going to do, right? Half the time the Fed's going to talk and the market's going to go up, and half the time the Fed's going to talk and the market's going to go down. That's why there's no rich traders out there that just, trade Fed events or something like that, right? So it's just not part of the analysis. It's all technically driven. So And again, that's the beauty of the fact that we say, here are the recommendations. Now you're a human trader that's risking your own money in the market. So of course you're going to do your own analysis, right? You're not just going to blindly take something. If you think that you're worried about a Fed announcement in a couple days, don't take the stocks until then, right? That's, again, the beauty of man and machine is right there, where it's, hey, sometimes the human has to step in and say, I know that the algorithm spit out these 5 stocks this week, but there was a new, I don't know, virus discovered in XYZ country that's tanking the market. So for this week, I'm just going to sit out. And again, that's the beauty of being a human trader as opposed to a pure kind of black box algorithmic trader. And this is actually, I'll go on one of my rants, I guess. But I worked in the hedge fund administration space for 10 years, right? So what we did is, this was about the time with Bernie Madoff, right? So everyone got nervous. They all wanted independent third parties to go check out the hedge funds. Okay, how does this guy make his money? What is he doing? Where is the risk? This is the rest of my portfolio. If I invest in this hedge fund, how will it fit into my entire portfolio structure, right? That was kind of the part that I did, right? So I would go meet these hedge fund managers and say, okay, what do you do? How do you make money? Show me your books, that kind of thing. And there was one who had this insanely active strategy. You're talking 100,000 trades would take place in his strategy a day, across tons of different markets and across, different instruments and everything. It was just insane, right? Just pure black box, pure automation. And I remember sitting down with him and chatting about him, and he had a big giant red button on his desk. So of course I had to ask what it is. And he's like, that's my holy shit button. So, God forbid another terrorist attack or some sort of event like that, I hit that button and everything stops. And then it gives me a report of where I am, what all my positions are at, and then I have to work out of them from there. Just showing that, giant hedge fund managers with all the resources on earth, and that are fully kind of black box traders, still use some human element to make sure that things make sense, right? And he's still obviously watching his system go live. And again, this is just a very simple relative strength system, right? This TIS isn't going to get you rich. It's not, going to buy a low float stock that's going to triple in a week or anything like that. The point of it is to try to eke out incremental gains above and beyond what you would get just investing in the SPY, and to compound those gains. So, all right, you buy the SPY with $10,000 and say it goes up and it doubles over a series of years, and now you've got $20,000. Well, that's great, but if you can make 10% a return a year and compound that, that starts to get pretty wacky pretty quickly, as opposed to making 10% a year uncompounded, right? Was it Buffett that said, the eighth wonder of the world was compounding? That's a lot of the power behind this, is that, I'm in something like Apron, APRN, right? I'm in Apron from just over 10. If I were to sell now, I'm up 20%, and then I get to say I put $10,000 in Apron and I made 2,000 from it. Then I'm able to then take that 12,000 and put it into the next one, and then this compounding effect over time gets wild, right? It's a different mentality from, day traders that are looking for low float stuff to absolutely explode. But it's going to be a lot safer, right? Again, these aren't, these aren't crazy stocks. Like, nothing here is going to be an insanely low float type of thing. And we don't even program that into the system. It's just the fact that if a stock has been strong for a relative period of time, it's probably also a good company, which is one of those, that's why technical analysis, in my opinion, is the most important thing. Because if the stock is going down, it's going down for a reason. I don't need to know why it's going down. If the stock is going up, it's going up for a reason. I don't need to know why it's going up, right? So like Abbott It's up from the entry, or 130-ish, give or take. My bet, they make test kits for COVID, don't they? So when the new variant came out and that popped when the whole market was selling, that makes sense to me, if you want to put a story behind it. But I don't need to know that, because all I need to know is that the market was going down, Abbott was still going up. So that's my theory when it comes to just technical analysis as a whole, right? It's all baked into price. You've got giant hedge funds spending millions of dollars a year to do the fundamental analysis for you. And, if they're going to buy it, it's going to go up. So it's everything that you see here is probably going to be a pretty strong name and a pretty larger name. And again, it's nothing that we put in. I guess there's some lower float stuff in here, right? That's a $10 billion company. So it's 10.01. So this is technically a large cap by is that $1 million? But yeah, most of these are going to be mid to large cap stocks. And again, for no reason other than if it's going up for a long period of time, it's got to be a strong company. So I'm just pinging Barry here just to see if he's good to go, and he'll take back the stream. So again, I always just give this speech. We do this every day. Again, don't forget Chris's after the close if you guys are still looking for content. It's at 3:30 Eastern time, so 30 minutes before the market closes. There's more there. And then every day at noon, there's a different one of us that comes on. I think tomorrow it's Steve, I think. So again, if you want to hear more of me, I'll be back next Tuesday. If you didn't like my answers and you want to try again tomorrow, there'll be someone else. And I don't like to spam this too much, but if you guys can hit the like button as I leave, that's fantastic. YouTube's always yelling at us. If we want to get in front of more people, there's got to be more likes on the video. So that would be a big help to us. And Barry's.
All right, guys. Ija, are you in the? I know Perfect Circle's there. Can you hear me? Sorry, guys. I'm just trying to make sure I don't miss out on that ACET. It looks like it's getting poised again to maybe make that run through 1480. I traded SYTA a couple of times. I traded ACAD once for a little loss and once for a little gain, and that's been it. And I'm looking right now at this one though, ACET. This is from my option scanner. Just need that bid ask to catch up just a little bit. I like to see the bid get to about 1484. 15 is obviously the key, getting through 15. 1496, I believe, is the high of the day. Hard to tell. Yeah, it's about 1496, but it's just that high of yesterday, 1573. This one, guys, ENSC, this one showed up also when I was on my break. Showed up as a low floater that traded the float 5 times. ENSC. low float, yeah, 7.6. It's traded 41 million, 41 million shares. So it's turned the float over 5.38, which is pretty paltry compared to the SYTA, which has traded the float 28 times today. ACET guys getting really close here. Again, you know, I'm not telling anybody to trade this, but you just see what I'm looking at here. Takes out that high, and then you have wrong chart. Takes out that high, and maybe has a shot to get up to the high of yesterday, 1573. I shouldn't say it like that. The next high looking left is 1573. Now there's a lot of resistance right around that 16 mark, so that's probably why it stalled yesterday right there, because you just look at that monthly chart. There's a lot of resistance right around 16. Kezar, okay, KZR from Zach. Oh yeah, right on. Look at this monthly chart. 2160 is the high. The high last week was 1564. Having a decent, well, today's only Tuesday, so there's 2 days worth. Actually, it's just really today that it's doing this. Relatively low float, 38 million in the float, certainly not high. All right, guys, guess what else is coming back is the DBI. That was from my option scanner earlier at 1605. I was all set to take it, and then it dropped down below 16. So now it's trying to come back. Well, I like the bid to get to, hang around that 1485 mark. The only problem with it is that out of nowhere, volume can come in and it can just shoot it through like yesterday. So that's why I have to be very, I'm trying to be super aware of this one. Came in the option scanner. Not, it barely made it in terms of the number of contracts. 2,000 is my minimum, is 2,500, but look at the percent, 1,000%. So 10 times normal. Just need volume. Just need some volume. See, the volume's been tapering off. Imagine if we got like a volume bar like that and just pushing it through. Well, I don't know what the best, are you talking to me? I mean, I don't know what the best tools are. I mean, all the scanners I have, I like, but it's not dependent on the time of the day. If you're talking about pre-market, I mean, we've got some good scanners for the pre-market that can set you up. Setting you up, in other words, to focus on stocks that might move for the rest of the day. Always hard for me to answer a question, what are the best of anything? I mean, all depends on your style of trading. But any sort of a momentum scanner at the beginning of the day will probably give you good looks. Oh man, okay. So SMRT, what are you doing? SMRT 1241 was the alert, 1098. It really didn't do anything. Veil 1367. So actually it's on the way down. So this is interesting, guys. It's actually breaking down now. Veil is breaking down. So we're about the same. I'm looking for I want to see a bid of about 1485 holding for the ACET. Definitely. I mean, now on the candles, I don't think there's a way to change. Maybe now. I think maybe there is. Now, I'm in a development version, but let me. Certainly the volume bars. I mean, you notice I've got my volume bars are blue and orange. You can certainly do that with the volume bars. Here we go. Yeah. So if you have this in your version, just right click and select background color. If you have this in your version of Trade Ideas, if not, then it's probably, I'm pretty sure it must be at least the latest production version. Okay. So if you don't have that, so if you right click on a chart and select background color, you'll see here, you have your up candle, down candle colors, all right? And you can change the backgrounds and all that. And then for the volume bars, okay, so first of all, did you get this? Okay, so that's in a different one. That's in an indicator. So right click, indicators. Actually, so right click if you've got the volume bars, and then modify the indicator parameters. Okay, and when you come to volume, wherever the volume is, modify the colors. Okay, so again, right click, modify indicator parameters, and then I happen to have volume is right at the top here. Just have to find it, modify the colors, and now you can do it. So Ramin, this is what I do for pre-market. So if you go to my home page, so I'm asked what do I use in the pre-market. So if you go to my home page and click on that link I just put in the YouTube room, and then go to my scan section and click here. These are the four that I use in the pre-market. Gap up, gap down shared, pre-market, actives up and down. So these are the four that I use in the pre-market, and that helps me maybe zero in on the stocks that probably are going to be active for the day. Not all the time, of course, but at least it gives me an idea. This is where we found the SYTA as an example. Okay? Yeah, there's nothing that's going to absolutely tell you when a stock is going to unhalt. So the question was, does Trade Ideas show when a stock will unhalt? Okay, so if it's a news halt, that's up in the air. I mean, there may be a website that might say you might have to go to, but typically though, most halts are 5 minutes long. So we do have a halts scanner. Most halts are 5 minutes long. So for instance, here was a halt for AVAV at 10:18 plus 39 seconds. Notice when it resume. 10:23, 39 seconds. So most halts are 5 minutes long. Nothing is going to tell you if it's going to be a 10-minute halt though, or a 15-minute halt. I would say though that the 90%, maybe even more, 95% of all halts are 5 minutes long. Okay? So it's just a matter of knowing when the halt was, and then you know when it's going to open. So if you have the halt scanner, then you see the time it got halted, you can predict that it's going to open 5 minutes from now. Okay? As far as a news halt is concerned, like Dare, I don't know where you're going to find when a stock comes out of a news halt exactly. Certainly not the time of the halt. They may update it later on, but Dare got halted at when? Well, it's still halted, I guess. Yeah, so Dare is still halted. I have no idea when it's going to open. But all you have to do to know when it is unhalted, for instance, Dare, okay, as an example. So instead of having to wait for it, all you do is just put a price alert. So it's halted at 212, right? So put a price alert, let's say 214. Put a price alert underneath, 211. I mean, you would think that when it comes out of its halt, it's going to at least move 2 or 3 cents. And so then if you've got your price alerts window, ACET guys, here we go. If you've got your price alerts window, oops. Just give me a moment. So you notice down here, I've got the Dare. So if you have your price alerts window, you should have it up. All you have to do is minimize it, and then when Dare starts to trade, it'll pop up. Okay? Boom! How's that for a boom, guys? ACET. I don't think there are any funky bugs. Usually it's pretty good. I mean, I always use the beta version. I'm always on a development version, which is even more has more information. Well, updated features, shall we say? I rarely find any bugs, but yeah, I would use the beta. Okay. Greed factor setting in. Oh, why did Hootie? Oh, wait a minute. Just one moment, please. All right, guys. Okay, DBI now. DBI now. Also from the option scanner. As I don't always say, I should say it more often. The option scanner, it's a watch list, right? So just because we get an alert. If it doesn't work right off the bat or just sort of stalls for a while, it doesn't mean it's a watch list to be watched all day long. All right, well, I take some of the ACET out, but the DBI is really interesting, guys. The DBI, this is an earnings play, some volume coming in, and it has some room all the way up here. 1697 is the next high looking left. It doesn't show options flow, no. What I have is, this is a scan that is showing stocks that are having abnormal option activity, okay? That's what it's all about, abnormal option activity. So for instance, if I look at DBI, my scan, in my scan for a stock to show up here, a few things have to happen. It has to have at least 2,000 contracts traded, both puts and calls, okay? It has to be at least 3 times normal, okay? In this case, it's 4 times, 418%. Normal meaning over the average of the last 10 days. So this is 4 times normal. Got to have high relative volume also, but in terms of options, this is what I'm looking at. I'm just looking for abnormal option activity, nothing to do with option flow. But then I look at the stock. I don't trade the options. I'm looking at the stock itself. But some, I don't know. I don't know what I've heard the term option flow. I don't know. To me, I'm just looking for abnormal option activity. It's just another way of zeroing in on stocks that are having abnormal trading days. Okay? Okay, guys, I hope people manage that ACET. I mean, it's a whippy thing. I'm going to see if it gets back over 15 again. What do you mean by different conditions? You mean whether it's buying or selling? I mean, you know, if it's going in at the, I don't know what you mean by different conditions. You know, I would tell right there that is a buy, 76, because it's, you know, so, well, you know, it's a, I don't know what you mean by different conditions. Oh, I don't think so. I don't think there's any way of knowing that. I may be wrong, but I don't think there's any way of knowing, is it buy to cover, buy to sell, buy to, no. You know what's starting to break out here, guys, is BSIG. BSIG, I have this thumbnail, so this is why I do see it. BSIG, look at this little move here it's making. It has now gone positive. I mean, at one point it was way down here at 26. They've done a financing at I believe it's 31.50. So it is quite a bit below $3, almost $3 below the financing price. Yeah, so but he was trying to see, if you're buying, is it because you're short covering, literally, or is it what I call true buying, or is it short covering on the buy? Trying to determine that. I don't think there's any way, certainly not within trade idea, within interactive brokers. I don't think there's any way. I may be wrong, but I don't think there's any way to know whether it's a short covering or buying, as you want to call it. All right, I'm still waiting on see if ACET can take out 15 again. DBI is holding 16, but yeah, but it's starting to fade. I mean, it got up at 16.21. It's now starting to fade. That's great news, Denver. Yeah. Okay, so BSIG, I wonder what the spread is. Let's take a look at the spread. BSIG, actually only a penny. Well, that's why you really got to pay attention, guys. I mean, look at that ACET now. If you just, again, wandered away and said, okay, all's good. It's over 14, it's over 15 now. All's good. And, it's up to 15.25. Let's go down, make a cup of coffee, get some apple pie, come back, and look at it now. And it's the float, guys. I mean, that's not crazy, crazy low, but it's still very low. We're sort of... We're getting used to these really low float ones of 2 or 3 million, but let's not forget, 18 million is low. It's very, very low for a float. So you've got to take advantage of the opportunity, to manage the trade and don't wander away and have something like that happen. Boy, this BSIG is really interesting. I mean, look at it. The only issue is there's no volume. There's absolutely no volume. So this is a classic break out of consolidation, but no volume. Now, I'm always very wary. I mean, unless the volume really picks up, but even look on the 2-minute chart, nothing really, nothing on the 5, certainly nothing on the 15. So this to me could be the very typical failed breakout. It looks like it's breaking out. I mean, just look at the chart. It looks like it's trying to break out, but there's no volume. So if there's no volume, usually that translates to no interest. So consequently, I'm not, even though I love what it's doing, and it's above yesterday's high now, 28.58. It's above yesterday's high, but imagine if we had a big volume bar like that and was just starting to shoot it up. Now, that's not to say that this won't keep moving up on very low volume, but just like to try to always put the odds in your favor. And I'm trying not to forget about this one, the STRN, just in case later on in the day it has a big, see, look at the volume. I mean, volume for me, tells everything. Look how bad that volume is. I mean, look at the beginning of the day, all the excitement, even in the pre-market, a little bit of excitement. And then for the last 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 2 hours, nothing. I mean, yeah, it has moved, but, the moves aren't huge. And there's just no volume. Again, we're not talking about the overall volume. All volume, of course, is excellent, but it's just kind of petered out though. TRUP, TRUP. Let's take a look at TRUP from Zach. Whoa, what a move for this one, Trupanion. Out of the price range I like, but all-time high now. Wow. Obviously some good news. I don't see any specific news for it. There must be some news. I don't see any news on it though. Chewy expands into pet insurance through partnership with Trupanion. Okay, is that your news? Okay, so as an exercise, let's keep an eye on that BSIG and see if it just comes right back down. No, didn't really pop that much. I mean, we're talking about consolidation around 28.50. 50 to 54, so it's not like it popped that much, but let's just see if it just slowly comes down again, or all of a sudden do we get some volume. I mean, I love this. If all of a sudden we get some volume, I'm in. But things are snoozing here, guys. Yeah, we had a little bit of a green bar there. You can see a little bit of green body. Red, but still really no movement. I mean, yeah, I'm just looking at the indices. Really no movement. Look at DOCU. I mean, DOCU is mirroring the market. Look at DOCU. I mean, how... Again, if you didn't, like I said this before, if you didn't know any better, you think this was a buyout or something. I mean, for a stock that's been so active the last 2 days, just to basically rest here. Nothing's happening in the AI. I'm just looking at the AI alerts. Nothing happening today, really. Nothing moving really, percentage-wise, up or down. All right, so here's a little earning. Look at the volume. RNLX, never mind that one. I'm just looking at some of the earnings plays. Now there's one that we know. Cons, not, really choppy, not really, some volume coming in a little bit. I love it when it's I actually saw this one yesterday. XAir, not sure why, but I did see it yesterday doing something. Moving down, that's why I saw it. So it held the low of yesterday, 991. And that's another low float, 19 million in the float. RX, and you were chasing it. Come right flat out and say you're chasing it. RX. Why would you be doing this? What are you? All right, RX. Well, let's see. I mean, it's what's the next high looking left on the monthly is 2386. On the weekly, the same sort of thing, 2339. So it's got some room. RX. 21. Do we hear 21? Not yet. Well, you know what? On the ACAD, I'm not in it. I'm not in it anymore. I'm still going to wait. Oh, well, it's starting to drift down. Okay. When I was talking about it, it was up here at the 22. So I don't know if it gets some volume. I'm still kind of confused, but why the massive sell-off? After the big pop after hours, but. All right, ACET is trying to come back a little bit, but I won't look at it unless it gets back over that 15. think I have some alerts set here. Yeah, some alerts set up here. So we'll see if that happens later on. All right, so let's take a look at ISIG, what Real is talking about. There's the VWAP, 1087. So what he's saying is that maybe it gets to the VWAP, maybe a pullback, and then a pop through it, and that might get it really running. So just put an alert there. You know, don't have to stare at it. Just put alert, you know, right around the VWAP and see what happens around the VWAP for ISIG. That's close enough. I mean, I think I put my alert at 1084. That's close. All right, the BSIG, it is getting a little more interesting. I mean, it had the pop, did not drop from there, even though there's no volume. So you can imagine, we get some volume coming. Imagine we get that volume bar right there, that one. This will get it really running, I think. Well, I haven't looked at B big for a long time. Yeah, some volume coming in for sure. Some volume coming in. All right, guys. Today's Tuesday, so I think that means there is a marketing meeting at 2 o'clock. So I will be attending that. Man, well, some volume came in on the 2-minute chart for BSIG, on the 2-minute chart, on the 5-minute chart. So there is some volume coming in now, guys. It's not showing up really on the 15. So maybe it'll start to gravitate towards that financing price of 31.50. So volume is coming in now. Look at the 5-minute chart. There's that bar right there. Compare it to all the previous ones up until 11:15 anyway, and it's the biggest one. Sly, because I was taking my break. You know, you were catching me right when I was going to take my break, and so the YouTube room, I know Michael was going to be there, and I knew somebody could answer that question. You just caught me when I was taking it, just as I was going to take my break. So I monitor the YouTube room until 12, and then from 12 to 1 of the other traders takes over. Okay, so you were asking that question just as I was going on my break. So I thought, okay, you can head over to the YouTube room, and I know somebody could have answered that question. Make sense? Lazy moderator, Chris. Funny guy. I've got to give my throat a rest for a bit. I'm usually always sitting here anyway. I usually have about a 10-minute workout, and then I'm back. It just gives me a break from talking. Good genes, Chris. Good genes, I guess. All right, keep an eye on Zach's RXRX. Keep an eye on Zach's RXRX as it maybe gets over 21 again. It briefly got there, and it does have some room. Take a look at the monthly chart, 2386, and the same thing on the weekly, 2339. So I mean, this does have some room. Actually, let me look right there, 2081. So I mean, yeah, takes that out. It's got some volume. There's a bit of a lift. See the difference? See the difference between that and the BSIG? You know, there's a consolidation, and there was a break, but it had some volume on the 15. You can see it. All right, so it's not a super low float, 83 million in the float, not a super low float. I guess there is some news. Wait a minute, I don't see the news. Let me get it in again. Do I see some news? So this is a... I'm just trying to see, is this a... okay, so this is a COVID play, okay? They're partnering, I guess, with Roche. So I guess so this is a COVID play. The reason I say that is because, I'm assuming anyway, because now Roche getting closer, guys, getting closer. Are you kidding? Are you kidding, guys? We're talking about RXRX. I don't know if you're kidding, just because of my pronunciation. I don't know how you guys pronounce it. You guys meaning you guys in the States. Yeah, I do see this. I do see the STRN. I'm going to stubbornly wait for a 6 break, guys. Boy, this is this is just poised right underneath that 21. RXRX we're talking about. Great name. All right, ACET is now making its way back again, but be careful on it. You saw how whippy that was before. See, the BSIG just is not, you know, it has a little bit of volume, but on the 15-minute chart, you still can't see any volume, you see? The volume here. Now granted, if I back this out, maybe, now even then, look at that, there's just no real volume. Chris, let me forego the marketing meeting today. I'll let you tell me if there's anything cool happening. He's marketing. Look at, okay, because I don't want to miss the STRN. I don't want to miss the RXRX if it does something crazy. All right, guys, STRN. Hold 6, hold 6. Remember, this is an all-time high now. Hold 6, hold 6. The longer it holds 6, the better I'm going to like this. All right, guys, actually a wee move for the BSIG. Wow, look at that RXRX. I mean, if you can't look at the bid ask, guys. 94.97, 94.97. Okay, so look at the STRN. Didn't hold 6, not yet. I'm gonna reset my alert. So again, just because it hit my alert doesn't mean I'm going to take the trade. I wanted to see how well it held 6. And it was, you know, 601, 602, 603, 601, and now it's now below it again. So just reset the alert. Is ACET halted? I don't. Just a minute. Okay, guys, the RXRX over 21. I don't think the ACT is halted. ACET. Nope. Why would you think that? Just because it's not moving that much? No, it's not halted. You can tell if it's halt. I mean, first of all, yeah, I mean, you'd have to see a big, unless it's a news halt, you'd have to see a big candle. Hey, one moment, please. Man, look at that STRN. I mean, you talk about, you know, just because, see, I mean, you know, just because you got the volume, it's not a 100% guarantee that just because you get the volume and it did hit the price I was looking for, that it's going to continue. There's no 100% guarantee. I'm sorry, I'm looking at the ACET. What the heck am I doing here? Wow, I didn't notice that. I didn't notice that. I didn't know. Oh, that's when I was in the trade. My goodness. Let me get you the right, the STRN. Sorry about that. I got confused. I thought I had the STRN chart up. So what I'm saying is, even though we had the volume and it did push it up through 6, it just didn't hold. He probably did. It's my vest, my goose vest. You're funny, William. A CAD, guys. ACAD. Look at it. Not in it yet. Still have this feeling that it's going to do something maybe a little bit crazy. I mean, I've traded this twice now. Basically flat. Lost a little bit. First one made a little bit. The second one. Not necessarily. You know, I mean, I don't look at it that way. I mean, you know, sometimes the third or the fourth time is lucky if it breaks through. But for me, it's just a matter of breaking through and then watching to see how well it was holding that whole number. And it just wasn't, you know, it wasn't doing it. You could almost tell that it was going to fail that whole number again. Okay, well, moment of truth right now for the RXRX. See if it holds at 21. Yeah, I mean, it's possible, Cam. I mean, I don't track it quite as closely like that, but it makes sense though. Yeah, it makes sense. Eventually, the buyers get a little wary the next time it takes out a level. Thinking, yeah, what is it going to fail again and again and again and again? You know what is starting to move though is the BSIG. Slowly but surely. Yeah, SYTA's definitely lost its luster. Yeah, ISIG, I mean, it is moving. I just have a tough time taking it on that bounce off 10. I mean, it's awesome. I mean, 10 to 1060, it's awesome, but maybe. I wish they would pour into RXRX. Not the same, but right, guys, I am watching, still kind of watching the DBI. I don't want to lose sight of it. It might give us 30 or 40 or 50 cents if it takes out 16 again. Nothing fabulous, but better than nothing, I guess. But it's still sitting around that 16 mark. All right, well, RXRX still holding 21. Nice base forming, RXRX, nice base forming. Thanks, Chris. Okay, give me a moment, please. I'll be right back. All right, guys, that knocked me out of the RXRX. Okay, I will continue to watch it if it gets over 21 again, but that knocked me out for a little loss on the RXRX. I'll watch it though if it gets back over 21. I have an alert set right about here, 21.12. Zip. It looked interesting, Zach. It definitely looked interesting. Look at this, guys. First time in, well, ever since I had this scan up, the 10-day daily breakdown, not one in here. Make sure I didn't I did not change anything. Not one in here. I mean, even though, I know the markets are ripping today, but still, Usually get one or two. Well, the problem is, I'll tell you exactly why it wouldn't be there. The answer is, yeah, the relative volume's too low. Remember, I've got, maybe you don't know this, Craig, but I made some big changes here, and which is now in the on my home page. So the relative volume has to be something like 8. If it's not 8, it's, yeah, it's got to be 8. So that's why it's nothing showing up like that. Well, you definitely got the, well, you've got the very first one, you know, but I made some changes quite a while ago, but it wasn't in the home page. But over the weekend I made some changes, and so now on my home page, give me a moment, please. All right, so now on my home page, when you, a CAD, okay. Sorry, I'm getting so tugged here. Now on my home page, when you go to it and you go to the scan section, I've rearranged things. So now I've got the 10-day daily breakout along with the don't repeat, and of course the daily breakdown with the don't repeat. But these ones now reflect exactly what I've got here. You don't have to use them the same way. You know, I mean, that's just a template that I like, but you know, there's nothing, if you want more alerts, certainly you'll get more alerts. But I was just getting too many alerts, so you know, give me about 8 to 10 alerts a day. You know, I'll be happy. You don't have to. Again, oh yeah, I mean, again, you don't have to. I think I might have upped the minimum volume too to 500,000. I think I upped. Remember, these were reels from way back, several months ago. I think he had 25 cents. I moved it to 40 cents from the open. Okay, things like that. And I certainly upped the relative volume, and I probably even upped the volume today. Oh my gosh. Well, don't look now, Zach. I'm sure you do know this, but your RXRX is now back right at that 21 again. I'm sure you know that. I'd be inclined to put like an alert around, I don't know, 2120 or something, you know, right up here. 2113, 2117, 21. Well, I've got two alerts. I've got one at 2111 and then the next one at 2120. So see it really clear 21. Even if you give up, I mean, I'm talking to you, Zach, but I mean, in general, you give up, you know, 5 or 10 cents, but what we're really looking at, and I'm sure what Zach was looking at, is when you look left, it has a ton of room. So what? You give up 5 or 10 cents, but you know you're looking at the bigger picture is that the next resistance areas are maybe $3 away. Okay, you'll have to do a request. I'll send you to, and they'll give you the version, maybe a previous version, whatever you liked. I don't have that. I don't have access to it, but I think one of the developers does. So if you go to the home page and say, give me the, I don't know what version, was it 4.2 point something that you had before? But just give me your email address and say, listen, I want, what don't you like about it? Just give me a quick, like, what don't you like about it? Oh, if that's what you had, sure. I wonder okay, yeah, you can download, if that's what you had before, sure. What don't you, I'm not sure what's wrong with the beta then, but yeah, go ahead. I thought you were wanting something a little more different. All right, guys. Well, that RXRX, again, it knocked me out. But I'm definitely still interested in it. The longer it holds at 21, it's got that nice gap, potential gap fill. Smile direct, yeah, okay, this is from a while ago, I guess. Haven't seen this one for a while, double X, double I, haven't seen this one for a while. Smokeless cigarettes or something, as I recall. I think they might have tried to branch into cannabis too, but I'm not sure. I may be wrong. Oh yeah, there it is, cannabis. Yeah, I mean, it's a tough one though. I mean, people are going to be spooked by this action that happened right there. I mean, all the volume that came in, it looked rosy, 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 all the way up to 622, and then it rapidly came back. I mean, I almost took this, I almost took it, but what happened is it got up, and then it fell right back down to 6 and just over 6. So that's when I kept saying, I want to see how well it holds 6, how well it holds 6, and boy, it didn't hold it at all. Now it's trying again, but that little topping tail there is going to give potential traders cause for concern, I think. Okay, thanks, other Barry. Barry with a Y. Whoa, just a minute. Anyway, guys, look at the blue apron. The blue apron on the way down here, and don't see any specific news, but apron moving down. I don't see any news other than option alert. I don't see any other news on that. So that impacts Hello. I guess Hello Fresh and Blue Apron were kind of linked a bit. Well, guys, you probably know I haven't. Well, this made the move, even though it wasn't on a ton of volume. The BSIG, it did make the moves. That's why I'm saying it's not 100% that a stock won't move. I mean, there's still no volume, but it's just inching, 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 inching. I mean, the volume did come in on the 5. It's just hard to see on the 15. My doppelganger. All right, RXRX The good news, look at this go. My goodness. Maybe it's going to, I was jokingly saying maybe it'll come near its financing price, but I mean, 3150 is the financing price. So the good news for the RXRX, oh, look at this BSIG, guys, it's just way more than I thought. So the good news on the RXRX is maybe these little bobbing tails, you know, we have 3 of them here. You know, the sellers have been trying to knock it down. Not much. They haven't been like slamming it or anything. But the buyers seem to be in you know, control. I'm really kind of stunned. I mean, okay, I obviously come clean on this one. I took a little bit on this one. You know, I just wasn't convinced about the volume on the 15. The little volume here on the 5, I thought, okay, even though I don't see it on the 15, so take some. I really thought it was going to stall at 29, and look at it go. This is the BSIG. I mean, I kept talking myself out of taking the trade. What's the gong for? All right, so this is the one that you said was a Zach.com pump. Yeah, it might stall there, but that's giving me plenty. I'm just going to keep putting, I do this just for fun, to keep putting price alerts above. Wow, ENSC guys is just ripping here. ENSC. All right, guys, maybe that RXRX is toast now. That's a big candle too. That's a big wide body candle for BSIG. It's the biggest one in this move, I think. So as Real says, I mean, this is, you know, this could be the sign of the capitulation. The next high looking left is 29.98, around 30. So it's getting closer. So it's above the Bollinger Band. You know, I don't really track it that closely, but there it is above the Bollinger Band on the 5 and the 15. So yeah, the likelihood is that this strong move could be over for a while anyway. Give me a moment, be right back. All right, guys, I'm back. Okay, shoot, I should have been watching this one also, the APAN. I don't know what the heck they're doing, but Apollo Endosurgery. Okay, so the next high looking left on the daily chart is, let's see, 890. So 890, after that, 941. Look at the volume today. Didn't see this in the pre-market at all. I don't think it traded in the pre-market. Let's just go back a bit on the 15-minute. Yeah, it didn't trade at all in the pre-market, so no indication anything interesting was happening. I also don't see any specific news for it. I keep looking. They're going to be presenting, but that was on the 22nd. I don't see any news today for it. Well, guys, Apen on the move. 31 million, 32 million in the float, so it's not super high. Relative volume is high, 14 times normal. Apen's on the move. Don't see any specific news for it. Look at the SPY. Wow, what a ever since 10:30, it's just been flatlining. Well, quick meeting, Chris. Unless you're still in it. All right, guys, the ACET, but be careful. Another 15 break. Might get it running again. I think I have my alert set just over 15. Ooh, there's a big meow. Well, I don't know about you guys, but this has been an entertaining day for me anyway. There's been a lot happening. I'm not going to lose sight of this RXRX. I will kick myself if I do. RXRX. I mean, it's not. It's been bottoming tails now. Again, we have 1, 2, 3. This is not a big one here, but a few bottoming tails here. Just want to see if it eventually. But we need volume. I mean, look at the volume. It's just completely dried up. But you get a pop through 21 on some volume, like maybe that volume bar right there. That volume bar took it from 2024 up to 21. You can see what could possibly happen. In fact, look at it, guys. RXRX 2105, 2111 right now. Get some volume. 2109, 2114 right now. Is there any volume coming in? Is it like it doesn't? I mean, you know, the BSIG move without extraordinary volume. I just like to see a little more volume. Because the next high looking left on the weekly chart, yeah, it's way up here at 2339. So, well, let's see how well it holds 21. I mean, it's, all we can do is see how well it holds 21. Meanwhile, APEN is going ape. APEN. Not in this one. Can you hear that little scratching in the background? APEN, guys. APEN, APEN. Well, I mean, it's got room. Again, I'm not saying anybody to take this now. You'd be chasing it, but if you did take it, 943 or so is the next high looking left on the daily chart. So it's got some room over the whole number. Well, let's see if BSIG can take out 2950. ACET just hanging underneath 15. I think it actually touched 15 again. All right, that might be it for the ISIG. Okay, I'm out most of my BSIG guys. Now you guys can short if you want. That's a long halt for Dare. I guess the news is out though, right? I don't know why it's not trading yet, but the news is out. Okay, just a minute. Somebody's hungry. Just a minute. My wife is gone. RX, guys, I cannot lose sight of this. I cannot lose sight of it. All right, wow, it's 2:38 already. Okay, last time I shall talk about my home page for the day. I'll be shutting the room down around 3. And don't forget, you can always go into our YouTube room at 3:30. Chris will be there between 3:30 and 4:30. Before I shut the room down, I'll drop the YouTube link in. So if you still can't bring yourself away from trading or asking questions about trade ideas, good news, you can always hit to the YouTube room at 3:30 to 4:30 every Monday and to Friday. Chris will be there for you. Hey, no problem, Chris. So, clicking on my homepage link, this is what you're going to see. Again, obviously, a way in which, not obviously, but you can take out a subscription right here, Barry for Alpha, 15% off. First month only or the entire year. You'll see there are 4 plans. If you don't know the program, don't take out an annual. You can always start off with a monthly, okay? And don't worry, if you want to upgrade to an annual later on, we'll honor the 15%. Trade of the week is sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning. I do a stock of the day video at noon every day. These are all free. And the education section, most of it is just education regarding trade ideas. We have a great user guide now, very comprehensive. The introductory lessons, if you are brand new to trade ideas, this is where I would start. The daily support sessions in YouTube between 12 and 1. Another trader takes over from me. Between Monday and Friday. And the daily webinars. No webinar today. We're on the Monday-Wednesday rotation. Next week it's Tuesday-Thursday, but you can sign up for them all right here. And back to basics. So this is just a great, if you're brand new to trading, this is a great little series. Or if you just want a refresher, a great little series, okay? All free. And then my scans. So you click here. Here are the scans that I'm sharing, all right? So I've made some changes over the weekend. So now I've got the 10-day daily breakout and don't repeat versions, okay, right here. With the changes, you may not, if you've had the original ones, then you don't have to load these ones, but you know, you're not gonna get as many alerts, but that's kind of the way I like it. But you don't have to. And then again, gap up, gap down shared, pre-market actives up, pre-market actives down. These are the 4 that I use in the pre-market to give me an idea about what stocks may be in action all day. And then I also added the lifetime lows, which only won today. Boy, what a difference. I mean, this was full, you know, the last 3-4 weeks. Okay, so lots of information. My home page. In these 2 sections, all I have to do is just save my link. Then you can look at these 2 sections anytime you want. Vale, I think, continues down. Yeah, Vale continues down. It might go negative now. And a big move in the pre-market. Pretty big move in the pre-market. But it's a big float, 4.5 billion in the float. Typically, that's why I don't like to trade these. They don't move that much. Okay, guys. Well, the RXRX, yeah, I don't know. It doesn't look like it wants to do it. Just checking my thumbnail charts, and I don't really see anything that's moving. Look at the ISIG. I mean, I know you guys have been talking about it, but look how choppy it is. I mean, it is super choppy. Even on the 15-minute chart, I mean, it's just chop up and down, topping tails, bottoming tails. Hard to, for me anyway, hard to stay in a trade like this, especially with a float so low. Anything can happen. But tons of volume, 10 million, around a million in the float. I know there could be other websites that have, different numbers, but it's going to be a low float. All right, guys. So as we head into the last 15 minutes, a good time to ask any more questions if you have any. Maybe I was too quick on the RXRX. Again, it's just sitting over 21. What's the spread like? 2103, 2107. Need some volume. Just give me a volume bar like that. That would just send it. Well, it could send it $1. I mean, that's what it did here. It sent that volume bar caused an increase of about $1. Valet keeps moving down. Shares of metals and materials companies are trading higher amid easing Omicron concerns. Initial concerns over the Omicron variant weighed on demand outlook and pressured the space. So that's the theory behind stocks like Vale and also, I guess, U.S. Steel, but I bet you U.S. Steel is sliding somewhat a bit too. But look at U.S. Steel at the beginning, 23, but almost $1 run. Don't you forget about me. A little Simple Minds here for RXRX. Don't forget about it. Love that album. All right, so Zach mentioned AYTU. All right, another little one, probably a low float, fairly low float, 25 million in the float. A little bit of flurry of excitement, 500,000 shares here. Orphan drug status. All right, forget about ACET. I don't think it's going to do it. TIVC, I don't think I've seen that one before. TIVC, I don't think I have anyway. Let's take a look. TIVC, low floater. Tivic Health. So, all right. Was this an IPO last month? Don't recall seeing it. 5.5 million in the float. Interesting, perfect. What a day, guys. I mean, not one pullback in the market. I can't remember. I mean, we've had days like that, of course, in the past. I just can't remember when. Either a pull up or a pullback. I mean, we've been flat for hours and hours. We've been able to find things to trade, but certainly if you're trying to trade things which track the market, you've been snoozing for about 3 hours now. All right, guys. Well, I got knocked out of the CAD again. ACAD. I was really hoping it would take out 2150. Made a little bit on it, but not much. Oh, you know, the Facebooks, the Microsofts, all the big guys, Amazons, all the big guys, IntelTrader. I mean, I don't know what, I haven't looked at any of those, but what's Facebook doing as an example? You know, yeah, it's just flattened out, you know. So, I mean, people trading those sort of stocks are you know, sitting on their hands for the last 3 hours. Matterport, MTTR. One moment, please. All right, back. Yeah, Jeff, we have two rooms. Okay, there's this is what I call the main room. Okay, much more activity, more traders talking to each other in this main, what I call the main room. And we do have a YouTube room. It's exactly the same. They see my screen, they can hear me, just not as much activity. So that's why I say when I take a break at noon, between 12 and 1 of the other traders takes over in the YouTube room and moderates that for the hour. Okay, so I should always say, I'm responding to somebody in the YouTube room or this room, so people don't get too confused. But there's no, like, you don't have to be in both rooms. They're exactly the same. All right, guys, so we're getting close to the end here. Another 4 minutes or so. Any last minute questions? Yeah, I know I keep talking about it, but it doesn't look like the RX is, it's too choppy. I mean, we have bottoming tails and topping tails, so I will watch it. I will watch it into the close just to see what might happen, but I don't have a lot of confidence in it. Yeah, look at the STRN, no go. The SYTA, no go. That's sort of the difference, because if you guys recall, about, I don't know, 2 weeks ago, maybe even early last week, but certainly for about a 3 week stretch, we had a lot of, we were, I was referring, and others were referring to the low float sector. And what was happening is that we'd see these low floaters, but they'd maintain pretty much all day. Now what I'm finding is that they're having these huge pops, and then they're dropping, and then they just sort of fade. They're not coming back as much. Now, I'm not saying there's not one individual one that's not doing that, but the ones that we're following anyway, like the SYTA and the STRN, there's just no big follow through for them. Yeah, I look at that ISIG on the 15-minute chart, and I just look at I don't know how to trade it. I mean, I just look at these topping tails, bottoming tails, chopping around. I think I've only swung one short in my life. I can't even remember what it was. And that, swung, I mean, for a day, overnight. But yeah, I'm not a big swing trader at the best of times, even going long, but I think I've only swung one. I can't even remember. It was sometime this year, but of course we're in December, so that doesn't really narrow it down. Not really. I don't even remember what it was. I mean, one of the reasons is because I was short, but I was already up quite a bit. So, I mean, unless something really crazy happened overnight. So it's not like I shorted something near the end of the day, wasn't in it, decided I'll take it. Let's, for argument's sake, let's say I had shorted this one up here at 1560 and it was now down to 10 and I decided for whatever reason to hold it overnight as a short. Well, more than likely I wouldn't have been killed. So it was something like that where I was already in the money quite a bit. So I wasn't too concerned. No, it was not GME. It was not GME. In that particular short, I can't remember. I can't even remember what it was. That's so bad. And swing. Let's call it what it was. It was an overnight hold. I did not hold it for 2 days or anything like that. But that's a swing trade for me overnight. That's it. 3 p.m. All right. Thank you, William. You trying to get rid of me? You are the timekeeper. You're a good timekeeper. All right, guys, I don't see any other questions, so I think I will wrap it up. I'm going to pop the YouTube link in here. You can always go back to YouTube. I'm shutting the YouTube room down now. The reason we do this is because Chris cannot, I think he's got some personal thing he does every day at 3, so that's why we can't leave the room open at 3 in the YouTube room. But I'll pop the YouTube link in here. So if you want to head over at 3:30, Chris will be there, and you can ask him all the questions you want about trade ideas and the market in general, maybe his scans and things like that. Okay, I don't see any questions. I always stay also in this room. I'll always stay if there are some questions. I don't mind staying. I don't see any of those, so let me just get the script together, close down the room. Okay, I don't see any other questions, so thanks a lot for all the help, as usual today, everybody. And I'll open the room tomorrow at 8 o'clock. Remember, I'm opening at 8 o'clock now. You guys can come in at 8, sometimes even earlier, but certainly by 8. I'm not on the mic until 9, but you guys can converse with each other while I'm still doing my scanning. So have a great evening, everybody, and we'll see you tomorrow. Bye-bye.